think I covered 40 to 50 articles last night. Attempted to go for the 100 articles, but pushed out at about 6 o'clock in the morning. So we left off explaining how the QAnon theory isn't so crackpot when you start to think about it in terms of the cartels, because they have billions of dollars, and that the statistical likelihood that that the cartels are not paying off at least some politicians in the United States is kind of silly. Also, the idea to think that they don't have any blackmail evidence against any of these politicians, a little bit silly to think that that's not happening. I'm agnostic about everything. I don't have any real news for you about QAnon. It's just, except for these articles that we read last night. We got a couple of more. Got last article I read was we had read that QAnon politicians are winning around the country. Tracy Lovewarn wins the Massachusetts Republican primary unopposed, and that pedophiles are using cheese pizza and pepperoni pizza emojis in order to communicate child pornography, and Instagram has removed more than 2,000 accounts. And what is next? Oops. So we got through the QAnon, and we started talking about the COVID. And then, so I think this is where we're at. In this next article from Hacker News, divorce rates in America soar 34% during COVID, surge not unexpected. This one's from Rose Law Group Reporter. It says divorce rates in America. Oh, yeah, I already read the title. From Lauren Edmonds at the Daily Mail. The coronavirus pandemic has dealt a serious blow to marriages in the U.S. amid 34% increase in sales for divorce agreements, and revelations that it took just 3 weeks under quarantine for relationships to crumble, according to a survey. The outbreak of the coronavirus in January and implications of lockdown orders in March freed couples to manage a plethora of new challenges. The combination of quarantine life, wavering finances, mounting unemployment rates, illnesses, deaths of loved ones, mental illnesses, and childcare has led American lawyers to predict record number of divorce filings. So, this is what happens when you lock down the country. You got to listen to your crazy wife nag all day long. Go, nah, nah. Why did you do this? You didn't thank me for doing this. Why aren't the dishes done? You need to do the laundry. Like, all right. So if you're not working out and you don't look really good, all right, then you're not going to be the stud for her anymore, right? She's going to be like, yo, Sancho's got better dick than you, bro. So you got to like get your ass in shape, make sure that you're giving your woman that good dick so that she don't leave you. All right? Because they're going to start going crazy on the antidepressants and the anti-anxiety medication. And you start to add in some monthly hormonal cycles of the woman, and next thing you know, you got batshit crazy. So if you ain't prepared for that shit, bro, I mean, it's going to be a rough ride, man. I mean, you got to have your shit ready to sleep in the car, homie. You got to be at any moment. You be like, "Yo, homie, this bitch went crazy. I gotta dip out." Reading on, it says, quote, "I have not been surprised that divorce filings surged because of the pandemic. But what is most surprising is how quickly it happened. Bitch went zero to cray in 60 seconds. You wouldn't think that government stay-at-home orders, quarantines, and closures would have been have a chilling effect on people venturing out to find lawyers and filing for divorces. Apparently not. The pandemic has caused a tremendous host of unforeseen problems in families. Problems significant enough for some spouses to feel their marriages had reached a tipping point. Hard to tell what the future holds. Yes, it could change at any minute. This is why I suggest that people get kettlebells. I got a set of kettlebells. I got a set of dumbbells and a bar with not enough weights, but it's just enough that I don't need a squatter or a spotter. And the kettlebells are a life changer on that. And if you just are using the punching bag to take out your aggression and to stretch out your legs and whatnot, your woman will not leave you for Sancho because you will no longer be a beta male. Even though she is going crazy, she still will stick around for the D. This is the psychology of the woman that you need to exploit, because you have two options, put up a decree or go and put up with some other woman's cray. So I mean, which one do you want? You're rolling the die. The next one, it's like, yeah, it's like the fruit at the grocery store. Looks great. You take it at the fruit and you take it home. That shit's rotten the next day, So you got to play your numbers game, do what's best for you. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but all I can tell you is that the next one might be twice as cray. So you gotta play those numbers safely. That's real news, real talk. This next fake news article from the Daily Fake Mail, it says people who won't wear face masks are more likely to be sociopaths, a study claims. Callousness, deceitfulness, and manipulativeness, signs of sociopath, were traits commonly found among people who broke COVID-19 safety rules, according to a study of 16,000 Brazilians. So let me get this straight. You got some people in Brazil to sample a culture that speaks the language of conquistadors. The one that has all the... Well, Brazil's really nice, actually. Not like the rest of the places in South America with a lot of crime problems. Brazil's better than the other places. But obviously, these people at the Daily Mail are writing the news for the audience. They want you to click here on the open in your web browser so that you will watch the ads over here, as you can see. Well, actually, I don't really actually see ads. Is it the ad blocker? Well, what would it normally look like? We would usually see some ads up there. All right? Instead, we can turn the ad blocker back on. Where was it? there. Come on. Just taking that for granted there. That's awesome. So, what these people are trying to say is that these people are callous for not wanting to wear the mask, that they did not believe the research that the opposition had, so they're deceitful, and they're trying to manipulate you into supporting their viewpoint. So this makes them sociopaths because they don't believe in fake news, because it's fake news. Oops. Fake news. And so what they're trying to say is that because they looked at some survey of people in Brazil, that everybody in the entire world is like that because they're white feminist and they view everything through a lens of race, gender, and your socioeconomic status, as well as your religious upbringing. But the truth about face masks are that they can help some people, prevent them from dying. And then there's some people with strong immune systems where it's going to hurt you if you are wearing masks because you are not at risk for COVID. There's so much misinformation going on around, but you can look at the data yourself and you can look at who is at risk of dying for COVID. Look in your age group here. You tell me, looking at what age group you are, whether or not you want to wear a mask that isolates you and increases your chance of committing suicide. And you got to look at the CDC's numbers. How many people are dying from COVID? Like, all right, deaths from all causes. So you do the math and you can see from the CDC's number, we went over this earlier on the show. Then we could see that if you took the number of deaths that happened on September 2nd, you could even do it really quickly. And we said there was 1841678. And we divide this by 8. And we multiply it by 12. What we're going to come up with is a number that's lower than the number of deaths in 2017. Okay. Right. Okay, so yeah, a lot of people were wearing face masks, but the flu deaths were higher than the prior year. We went over this last time on the show, the flu deaths, or maybe I didn't. It was like 59,000 people died in 2018 from the flu. Similar numbers the years before. And then I goofed and I botched up those numbers. But then I realized what I had done and fixed the numbers. And so we could see from their numbers that there's an increase in flu and pneumonia this year when you examine their numbers, because you could see that the flu and pneumonia deaths were about 275,000 and prior years have been 60,000. So it's been pretty bad flu pneumonia year. You can just see that poking out of the CDC's data. So it seems as though because we have a lower death rate, we can't say that the lockdown did not save lives. It does appear from looking at the data as if the death rate is significantly lower. If you could fact check me on that, prove me wrong. Let's do this. show you how the numbers work. You just got to take those numbers that died from the CDC. 1841678. And you got to divide it by the population. Benchmark or bookmark it for future. Just put it right there. Just take this number 330-243-047. See? Then you multiply by 100,000. And then you get 557.67 deaths per 100,000, which is, let's do the math. Let's see how much lower it is. So what do we got to do? Take the delta and then take the delta compared to last year's, or the 2017 flu pneumonia. How do these people miss this shit, dude? I'm like a one-man band up here. It's because I'm not a Democrat scientist. I'm a Republican engineer. Only 6% of scientists are Republicans, so they have a heterodoxy. They exist in a groupthink echo chamber where they just believe people because of their credentials that somebody else gave them. And yeah, as it turns out, some of the people giving out those credentials are fruitcakes. So let's do the delta. So we could figure out how much bigger it is, because I can't just divide. Hold on, how much bigger than one is the other, right? No, we just divide one by one. So we just take we want a number bigger than 1. So we're going to take this divided by 863.8. No. 863.8 divided by Is that right? That's the ratio of one to the other. I think if we did 1, that looks like 55% bigger. Right? 55% bigger. So if we, yeah. Yeah. Hold on. No. I think we have to take the delta. Let's take the delta. I'm sorry, I haven't been doing math too much recently, so don't trust everything on my math. But I can do vector calculus. What was that number? 863.8 minus oops. Wrong number. So that was, this is, I mean, that's a lot. So 300 in scales of the other one, that's, so it's like 45% larger than the other one, because you can see, hold on, difference lower. Yeah, it's like 45% bigger or less. That's a really, really, really big difference there. I mean, okay, so hold on. We have to understand where this came from. Maybe we should go over to the cdc.gov/NCHS. /fact FA sheets FA stats. Here's the thing. Where did they take that population from? Oh, wait. Wouldn't we want to... Hold on. Crude death rate. And then they should have something about the census. This is the one thing where I'm not making that claim that it is as low as, because we have to argue about what the population, what census numbers they did, and we have to put it in the same scale. We cannot say that this is, we can just say, look, obviously from the numbers, it's looking like 2017 death rates, but this population's grown. But we can't say in relation to what, like, the same census numbers. So just a heads up on that. I'll look further into that. It's hard to do this stuff on camera. It's easier for people to look over your shoulder and call you out on what you're doing wrong. But then when you're doing it up there, you're like, huh? What am I doing? I can't see anything. So apparently that makes you a sociopath if you think for yourself. If you're skeptical of the data and you say, no, I don't want to live my life behind a mask, I would rather die, then this makes you a sociopath? This doesn't make any sense at all, because this is authoritarianism. This is like the... Let me pull out this video of the Sydney, Australia stuff. They are some crazy videos of these masked police. I think it's in just Australia. Masked police. Here's some. They're locking up these people, giving them fines, $200 fines for not wearing a mask. They got the mask police. You think the American police are bad, dude? These people are straight up hunting you down to put a mask on you.
Police station 43146.
First Constable arrived from Fran Police Station. We need to provide your details.
This is my ID.
What is your name?
Why have you got handcuffs on me?
What's your date of birth?
It's on there.
Can you state your name and address, please?
That's obviously my UK address. He's got handcuffs. He's harassing me.
What's the go?
He's harassing me.
Yeah, no worries.
She's got my ID.
She's your identity.
She's got my ID. She's got my ID in her hands.
Yeah,
put your hands behind your back.
Give us your hand.
My ID's in her hands. My ID's in her hands.
He's got his ID.
You're harassing me, mate.
You're not wearing a mask.
You're harassing me. I've told you I've got an exemption.
What's your exemption?
I've told you I've got an exemption. Get the fucking cuffs off me.
What's your exemption?
I've told you I've got an exemption.
What is it?
What do you mean, what is it?
What's your exemption?
I've got an exemption.
Yeah, what's your exemption?
Why does it matter? It's not your business.
It's legitimate or not.
You need to prove that I haven't got one. I don't need to prove to you.
Well,
You're the one coming up to me, putting handcuffs on me.
What we'll do,
Putting handcuffs on me in the fucking middle of the street. I don't need to listen.
Okay.
I don't need to listen.
This is insanity.
And then you can argue it at court. How about that?
Don't need to go to court, mate. You're going to get done for
right
it.
now with your exemption. You probably won't.
I don't need to tell you anything, mate. I'm walking down the street. You've just got handcuffs on me.
What is your address?
You're harassing me. What? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you.
Sir, what's your address? Please.
What else we got? Here's another one. Crazy Aussies.
Get off of me! Get off! Let go of his vest. Let go of his vest. He's fucking choking me! He's choking me! What the fuck? Let go of his vest.
Woo!
Don't stop him. Stop.
They act so nice. And then they turn batshit crazy on you.
You're fucking choking me, dude! What the fuck? You're fucked in the head! You're fucked! What the fuck are you doing to me? What have I done? What have I done? You just tell me what the fuck I've done! What have I done wrong? You just keep stomach.
Yeah, but
Now ask yourself the question. Who is the sociopath in this situation? If you ask me, one of them's a mass Nazi.
you're choking her. As a man on a girl, and you choked her. For what? For a mask? For not having a mask? Look how pathetic you are. She doesn't have a mask. Are you serious? Are you serious? Just for not having a mask?
Some more?
Let her go!
The world is going batshit crazy.
Mum will be
They've been on too many antidepressants, anti-anxiety pills,
okay!
in COVID lockdown,
Okay! Stop touching me! Stop!
and now they have flipped a wig. They've gone crazy.
Okay. She'll be okay, sweetie, okay? Your mum will be okay.
Let her go! What's your name? Police what? H. Kim. 1. H. Kim. What is your name? I want your details.
City Police.
Jay Marucci.
Dab him.
Do not! You are a horrible human being! She has a child with her! This is disgusting! This will be all over social media! She has a child with her! They're hurting her! You're hurting her! Stop it! You have chosen the wrong people to pick on! Let her go!
I couldn't see how anybody would be against mask mandates. Right. I don't know, man. Do you think we want American cops doing this shit? Do you really want American cops doing this? I don't think there's a single black looter mob member out there that wants to see cops arresting people for masks. Well, maybe. All right, there's always a wingnut out of the crowd. But this is what they want to export to your country? They just want to be fair to everyone. But being fair to everyone is being fair to no one. Excuse me. That dab hit me really hard. This next article from the Daily Mail, Bill de Blasio suggests indoor dining won't return to New York City until there's a vaccine. The batshit crazy leftist mayor who painted the hate symbol outside of Trump Tower that said burn, loot, murder. Or no, I mean it said Black Lives Matter. He signaled on Monday that indoor dining may still be months away from returning, despite New York City's recording a 0.59% COVID infection rate, one of the lowest since March. So this is the problem with giving the far left power. When you give them power, they don't want to give it back. They want to take more. They want to show you how good of a job they're doing. So they have to make sure everything's really strict to make sure that none of you people are out having sex on Tinder because he can't get any. And if he can't get any, you ain't getting any. So you got to shut it down. You got to shut your party down. You got to shut your sex life down. They got to make you wear a mask, muzzle your ass. So you can't have no babies because all these Democrats are up in a suicide cult. They're all convincing women, you got to give up having a kid till your 30s so you could slave for Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Dorsey, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Putin. And you need to not have babies and kill off your family line for feminism because white feminists put the white women's issues above everyone else's. That's why they call them white feminists. It's a racist form of feminism. It's very, very easy to make fun of. When you just, all you have to do to make fun of white feminism is to just bring it up and explain to people what it is. And you automatically elicit either chuckles or triggers. So, snowflakes be warned. But I don't really meet too many of these women that actually endorse it. They just don't know what they're doing. And they hear about it like, oh my God, that's so horrible. You have to look up white women sympathy tears. White women sympathy tears. All right. So here's a story from The Guardian about how white women use strategic tears to silence women of colors. And what happens is that the whaman cannot take criticism. So the whaman must break down crying when you criticize her. And if you criticize them at work and you're a woman of color, they will start crying and make you feel bad that you targeted them. That you targeted them because they're a woman, because they're a man. And all you have to do is just merely bring up white women's sympathy tears and white feminism. And it just elicits a long line of very entertaining, comical conversations. Some of them high flown, some of them hateful towards you. So snowflake beware. But these are the people, these white feminists, they're trying to please, because this is the voting demographic of the Democratic Party. Once you understand that, you're like, all right, this is why they're covering it. This is why this stuff's on the intellectual dark web. It's because when you, it's like, you know, man, you're just making this shit up, right? You're like, nah, man. They put it on the dark web because if you bring it up, people will know how bozo they are. So they don't understand that. Hold on. Shit, I forgot what I was talking about. White women sympathy tears, and then the voting demographics. Yeah. We cover this one on the show a lot. This Pew Research study, an examination of the 2016 based electorate based on validated voters. And this shows you the demographics of the Democrats. You can see the black women almost all vote for them, so they are the most heterodoxy groupthink, or the African American women, followed in second place by the African American men, followed in third place by the Hispanic women, followed by the Hispanic men. And so you have to understand what the Democrats do in terms of this graph. it's all based on this graph. They want to swing all of these demographics their way. And they have a different strategy to address each and every single one of them. So these people are the ones that are on the plantation because the Democrats owned slaves. They started the KKK. They opposed women's suffrage. They passed the 1994 crime bill authored by Joe Magoo Biden that created the prison industrial complex. The reason why there's so many police killings, why the black looter mob is out burning, looting, and murdering, is because of this 1994 crime bill authored by Mr. Magoo. And so they need to riot, burn our cities down, loot, murder, and they need to, in order to get that racist white man, or orange man, the Donald Trump, the one who said grab her by the pussy, the one who owns the Golden Tower. So the ivory tower liberals can't take how Donald Trump owns the Golden Tower and he won't sell out. He's not corrupt like Joe Magoo Biden, who got his son Hunter Biden a $1.6 billion contract from the Chinese Nazi Party, from Xi Jinping. So you think Biden is going to stick up to China? No. No. They're not. They're going to be in bed with China, trying to get that Xi Jinping Nazi money in order to make sure that you vote blue no matter who. And so they just take these people for granted. They own the plantation. And so there's a solution for this, is that you can walk away. Let me add some text here for you. You can do this. Just walk away from the Democrat plantation. And then you could go over to the side that's on the right side of history, where we don't sell our people out to China, and where we don't just pander to the minorities. So the Democrat strategy is we get these people to vote for us, all the minorities, because it's a smaller group of people, so it's easier to target them. And then we put them on the plantation so that they are below the ivory tower liberals in the pyramid. Because you have to understand the incredibly racist, brutal power structure of the ivory tower. And what it is that that there's a power structure going up to the top of the ivory tower. And then there is a hierarchy that you go up. And then up here, get this lopsided, weird monster thing at the bottom. But at the bottom here, you have your Antifa. And above here, you have hood Democrats. Low income, big city liberals. And up here, you have white feminists. And then up here, you have the ivory tower liberals. Yes, this is why it's on the dark web, right? Because you call them out, you're like, all right, I see what's going on. I see what you guys got going on over here. I ain't lying. You made a racist as fuck power structure going up to the top of the ivory tower. Once you call them out, you're like, damn, y'all people be racist as fuck. And down at the bottom, you got your communists, your Antifa street kids. Up top of them, you got the Hood Democrats because they're more minorities in that group. Most of the Antifa are white people. And so the Hood Democrats, they are more minorities, so they get the diversity tickets. This is how you move up the pyramid of victimization in the Democrat social hierarchy. And then above them, you got the white feminists. And these are the racist feminists that put white women's issues at the top of everyone else's so they could shatter that glass ceiling. And then on top of them, you got the ivory tower liberals, ones that are in control, like Joe Mugu Biden, Xi Jinping, Putin, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, all the power players. They all up top that ivory tower, bro. Got to use math, bro. Reverse trajectory. You got to figure out where the shots were fired from, and then do your reverse trajectory to analyze where the shot came from. And then when you do that, you will see the shots came from the top of the ivory tower, going to Middle America. And what you'll see is that the evidence traces back to the Democrats, and they're pandering to minorities because they realize, well, the Hispanic minority is growing so much because of immigration. So California is a sanctuary state, so we could see here from this Migration Policy Institute chart, we could see in 1990, 13.4% of immigrant or families were born from immigrants. And in 2018, 25.9% of families were born from immigrants. So obviously, somebody's been packing into immigrants, and they don't want you to talk about it. They put it on the dark web. So I got it up off the dark web, the real news, and then what you start to see is there's like a clear pattern from what these people are doing. That is this article, A Changing Nation, Population Projections Under Alternative Immigration Scenarios from the Census, shows that our proposed in Figure 1, U.S. population 1900 to 2060 and projected populations 2070 to 2060 by immigration scenarios, if we cut off immigration entirely, our population shrinks. If we have a low immigration scenario, it goes up to 376.2 million. It's a lot of people. It's like another massive state. That's like, we're 330, so that's like 46 million people. That's like 10 times the size of my state. Then the Democrats want the high immigration scenario, the 446.9 million people, where we just continue on into this oblivion of global warming death, so they say. So they're out protesting over the sixth mass extinction that isn't happening. What they really should be protesting over is the deforestation of the rainforest, which absolutely is happening. But as for the rest of the world, we're not having a catastrophic species collapse. It's just in the rainforest. And then you look at the graph of all the species dropping off, and you're like, okay, we got to do something to save the rainforest. This is what these people fail to understand with the black looter mobs and with the Extinction Rebellion, are that it's much more effective to actually target one thing and get rid of it. I personally am the inventor of what is possibly the world's most efficient water heater. It's a biomimicked ice lung called the organ cooler, and it works like it breathes like a cold-blooded animal, and it heats your water in the process of extracting the solar heat from your windows and from your wastewater. And it can breathe CO2 into a grow room. It's as easy as boiling water. It's a very, very good machine. It's very simple. Nothing complicated about it. So I've looked a lot into global warming. And from what I've seen is that trying to fight the entire system as a whole is kind of a fool's errand. It's not really effective. It doesn't really get you anywhere. What you need to do is you need to target air pollution, and you need to target trying to prevent the developing world from exploding and taking out the rest of the world, because if you look at their population's exploding. Here's the UN or population projections up to 2100. Which might not be the same after COVID, but this is what they were projecting last year. As 2,100, I mean, the African population is just exploding. Latin America, not exploding. Going back, I mean, it's still going up, but our populations are going down. And you can see from this, you're like, okay, well, we can't just let everybody in the world move here because there's like a crazy amount of people. We don't really want to split up everything in our house in half and give half away to all these people from the developing countries. It would be much more effective for global warming if we just went with a lower immigration scenario. Right? You're like, okay, this is far right. You can't enforce immigration policies because it creates a steep social hierarchy. Like, okay. What happens if you don't enforce your immigration policy? Will your neighbors start to like move over and start annexing your land? So like it could start a war. And currently there's 5.5 million illegal immigrants from Mexico in the United States. So like 56% of the illegal immigrants. That is a standing army. That is a huge, gigantic army of people. If we had a war with them, that would be very bad. If we had that many people from one country there, because it could happen. They could just annex our territory because they are big. There's 150 million people down there. They are not a small country. We probably would still beat them, but it would not. They would not just lay over, play dead. They would definitely. It would be a hard fight. It would not be one that we want to fight. So it's better to just build the wall. And like I am running for president in 2024 under the campaign of Build the Moat. And I am going to build a moat across the southern border of the United States. And I'm going to fill it with snakes, lizards, or alligators, eels, piranhas, sharks with laser beams on their heads. And there's going to be lions and tigers and bears and hippos and wolves and packs of wild dogs. And then there's going to be a petting zoo where people on both sides of the borders can come. And it will be a great place for people to get to meet their people from Mexico. And it'll be a tourist attraction. We'll make money on it. It'll be the moat. We'll have some roller coasters there. So you should vote for Kayla McCullough in 2014 or 2024. Sorry. I'm trying to do something on the other monitor. I'm messing up. So why am I getting into this? Because they're talking about what? What was the article about? went off about immigration for some reason. Oh, the Democrats are supporting that. So this is what they want to do. They want to put a mask on you. They want to replace you with immigrants. You can't say anything because they've rigged Wikipedia, and anybody who argues against them, you're far right, and you're going to call you a Nazi, and then they're going to send a black looter mob after you to burn your house down and kill you and your family. And they say if you don't give them everything we want, they're going to burn your cities down, loot and murder. And then they want us to vote for them. It's like parallel universe. I just don't understand exactly what is going on in these people's heads. It's like they have been eating too many antidepressants, and they've lost complete touch with reality, and they have absolutely no idea that everything they do is just like absolutely bullshit. And so it's just something you have to call out when you see it. You know, you gotta call out bad behavior when you see it, because there'll be bad behavior from the left and from the right throughout times. There's no actual way that you can actually get rid of all of the bad behavior in the entire world. It would be a little bit silly to think that you could actually do that. But best thing that you can do is that you can minimize the chance that you're going to have these bozos in your life. And the way that you go about doing that is you make smaller government, and you make it so that these bozos have less power, so that they can't completely bozo all the time. Because if you let these people bozo everything, they will continue to just be a straight up bozo. I mean, I know this is completely fucking obvious, right? But if you really want these bozos to not be in control, you can't continue voting for Democrats, because they've just gone straight up bozo. Straight up brozo. Like they're believing so much fake news because they don't fact check. They don't realize these ivory tower liberal journalists are putting out a whole bunch of fake news from they're putting out all kinds of fake news, and that these ivory tower liberal journalists are just trying to be the first people to report on the story. They don't get all the facts straight, and they don't tell you all the details of the story, and they put the details behind where you click, because they can't tell you the whole story or you won't click. They need you to click on the story. They need you to watch the ads, buy the product, and then vote for them, because they're attention whores. And if you don't, then they'll get all kinds of anxiety, because they're used to people just pumping that like button, and they need to get that next hit of dopamine. If they don't get that next hit of dopamine, they're going to be fiending, and they're going to start jonesing, and they're going to turn into gremlins if you feed them after midnight. So this is what happens when you vote for Democrats. You're feeding the gremlins, and then they are probably going to be coming after you, and then there's absolutely nothing that you can do, because you voted them into office, and the only way to undo their damage is by coordinating enough people that you could probably change the U.S. Constitution with the amount of people that you need to coordinate to stop them. So you must avoid the slippery slope down the road to authoritarianism, because it is indeed a fucked up, bumpy road with a bunch of bullshit. And we just probably should not be trusting our families' lives in the hands of such bozos. Because these people just keep bozoing like things left after right. For example, here in the next article from the Daily Mail, how virus-proof, here, I'm going to put a link to the next video, but I want to make this its own video because there's important things to cover on the mask. This next article from the Daily Mail, how virus-proof is your mask under laboratory conditions? A professor answers the burning question, face coverings may be compulsory and more common now than ever, but how much protection do they really afford to people around you? Professor Val Edwards-Jones is pictured above testing masks. And so the thing about the masks are that they're great for protecting people who are vulnerable, who have weak immune systems. They do these droplet studies and they show you, well, you're going to get the COVID from your nose. You're breathing in, probably from talking with someone and then breathing. And then it'll target your nose and then it'll unlock some other places and make its way down inside of your lungs. Do I have the research paper on that? I think I have a research paper on it from Hacker News, but I think I lost it. They did some supercomputer analysis. They have a whole bunch of potential cures for COVID from it, but who knows? So, the mask, we should respect people who want to wear a mask. I'm not going to go too much into the details. They got the droplet studies. They're very compelling. The viral load is the thing that's going to help you not die if you are getting sick from COVID. And COVID is a for real threat for older people and people who have pre-existing conditions such as cancer, or as they call them, comorbidities. So, the anti-maskers, I'm going to have to say, you are going too far if you are not respecting other people's space. Because it is true that older people can die from just talking to you. So we should respect that person, make sure that that person can live as long and healthy of a life as possible. And when we are talking with them, we should probably wear a mask, despite of COVID. Even if COVID wasn't there, it definitely would probably be a good idea to wear a mask to talk to some of these people, or to wear a mask yourself. But when you make the mask compulsory, you start to add other risks, such as people committing suicide, because people need to see each other's faces. If they are deaf, they can't determine what you're talking about. So I stand against the mask mandates. I think they're bad news bears. They take away our freedoms. But definitely we should respect other people's health. But about half of the people who died from COVID were over the average age of death. And they also had multiple comorbidities. Most of them, vast majority of them, had comorbidities, which does not mean that, COVID can't set off a chain reaction that can kill you. But it does, mean that some people need to protect themselves from everything, not just COVID, but life, because that's just the way it is for some people. So we need to respect them. And as for wearing a mask on personal property, I view it through a constitutional lens. I think that if you don't want me on your property, that is your right. And if in order to be on your property, I have to wear a funny hat. If I like you and I like your funny hat, I'm going to come over to your house and wear your funny hat. If I don't like you and I don't want to wear your funny hat, I'm not going to go to your house and wear your funny hat. I think this kind of goes the same way for masks. If the store owner wants you to wear a mask, it's private property. If you don't like that, then go to another store. It is their property. We should not be pushing our beliefs onto other people in private entities, even if they have a lot of money, because it could be you next. That's where I draw the line on things. This is a good. I read the article. I don't really want to read too much of it because I think that most people are satisfied with it reduces viral load by reducing the number of droplets. I don't think there's too many people that are going to argue with that. But I have a healthy immune system, and I don't want to wear a mask. But I don't really go into the store that often. But I probably would boycott stores that were doing it when you don't need to. I think that the videos from Australia are pretty compelling on that. The mask police in Australia we were watching earlier. This is crazy. This is some like straight up lunatic Australian people.
Are you a mother? Let her go! Let her go! Your mum will be... Excuse me! Violence is not okay! Violence is not okay! Stop touching me! Stop! She'll be okay, honey. She'll be okay. She'll be okay, sweetie, okay? Your mum will be okay. Let her go! What's your name? Police what? H. Kim. 1. H. Kim. What is your name? I want your details.
City Police.
J. Marucci.
You'd think by looking at your shit like, okay, I see an Asian dude, Asian cop. You're like, they're in Hong Kong, right? No, this is in South Wales.
Do not! You are a horrible human being! She has a child with her! This is disgusting! This will be all over social media! She has a child with her! They're hurting her! You're hurting her! Stop it! You have chosen the wrong people to pick on! Let her go! Stop!
See, this is where I have a problem because they're like busting people, you know, just like being on the street without a mask. Here's another one.
What the fuck? Oh, get off of me! Get off! Let go of his vest. Let go of his vest. He's fucking choking me! He's choking me! What the fuck? Let go of his vest. Get the fuck off me! Get the fuck him! Stop! Fuck you, bitch! Get the fuck off me! What are you doing? You're fucking choking me, dude! What the fuck? You're fucked in the head! You're fucked! What the fuck are you doing to me? What have I done? What have I done? You just tell me what the fuck I've done! What have I done wrong? You just keep going to stop.
Yeah, but you're choking her. There's a man on a girl, and you choked her. For what? For a mask? For not having a mask? Look how pathetic you are. She doesn't have a mask. Are you serious? Are you serious? Just for not having a mask.
Okay, this is just Orwellian.
Barnes from Fran Police Station, 43146.
First Constable Riot from Fran Police Station. We need to provide your details.
This is my ID.
What is your name?
Why have you got handcuffs on me?
What's your date of birth?
It's on there.
Can you state your name and address, please?
That's obviously my UK Address.
What's the issue?
He's got handcuffs. He's harassing me.
What's the go?
He's harassing me.
Yeah, no worries.
She's got my ID.
Confirm your identity,
She's
mate.
got
So
my
put your hands
ID.
behind your back.
She's got my ID in her hands.
Put your hands behind your back.
My ID's in her
Put your hands
hands.
behind your back.
My ID's in her
Put your hands
hands.
behind your
Why?
back.
He's got his ID.
You're harassing me, mate.
You're not wearing a mask.
You're harassing me. I've
told you that
told you I've got an
multiple times.
exemption.
What's your
I've
exemption?
told you I've got an exemption. Get the fucking cuffs off
What's
me.
your exemption?
I've told you I've got an exemption.
What is it?
What do you mean, what is it?
What's your exemption?
I've got an exemption.
Yeah, what's your exemption?
See, people can't understand why I'm opposed to leftism. You're like, you watch enough videos of these leftists, you're like, oh man, they're all like this, huh? All right, some of them are cool hippies, right? Like, we do need to be respectful of people who have not fully awakened yet, because a lot of them are cool and they can help awaken other people. But if we're rude to them, then they might just go back to sleep again. But a lot of people who are being awoken are still siding with Democrats, and trust me, they all go down the same slippery slope in this leftist groupthink, where they believe that the government knows better than them. It's going to be able to do a better job with their tax money than you will. And they are going to create monsters. You're going to have to deal with them. You can't really shut them down right away. At least you can shut businesses down pretty quickly. But try shutting down a government program. You have fun with that one, buddy. This is the thing that people don't see about the government. They're like, oh no, we could just like keep spending money and doing new things, and then all of a sudden all these problems are going to go away, right? No, the world doesn't actually work that way. In fact, actually, this is pretty common with liberals, is that they think that the world works like this in all situations. But it is important to determine the difference between a liberal and a lefty. A lefty is somebody who only sides with leftist ideas and politicians, and then a liberal is someone who's more could be a classical liberal too. Might side with classical liberals at some point, and then side with the leftists on other things. There's a difference between these two. We like to flick shit at lefties, but the liberals are needed in the world. Can't have a monoculture or groupthink echo chamber. You just have to not have. We just have to deal with the radical left, the masked police that want to come and strap the muzzle on you to prevent you from speaking. Make sure that you are in line, that you are a brainwashed drone. You do everything that the government says. You don't question anything. If you do, you will be labeled a sociopath, a dissident. They will put a red triangle on you, and you will be shadow banned. People will not like your posts on the internet because they don't show them to anybody. And this is what they want to do to you. They want to muzzle you and stick a mask on you. Me personally, I'm more into the bikinis and the beach. Myself, I like to wear bikinis on the beach. I'm joking. No, I'm rocking a Speedo. I'm joking. Joking. So, this next one from New York Post. Dr. Fauci views viewers with noticeably different voice after his surgery. He's now a real smooth talker. Fauci, the nation's top infectious disease expert, returned to his usual media blitz for the first time since undergoing vocal cord surgery last month. But his signature gravely gravelly voice was missing at the election. The 94-year-old shocked viewers with his news polished sound to his new polished sound on Tuesday in a ... So this guy's obviously like a hero to these people. Fake news Fauci.
If you're in a red zone, get yourself into a yellow or green zone, and then we wouldn't be having this discussion about whether or not to open the schools.
We really want to shut the schools down.
And the good of them as individuals and in society to take the vaccine. So we have a lot of work to do because, as you well know, we've spoken about this intensively in the past. There is a general anti-science, anti-authority, anti-vaccine feeling among some people in this country, an alarmingly large percentage.
I'm looking for the quote. Sorry, I was playing this for a specific quote. I got a little back.
Importantly, the best way to get schools open is to decrease the level and rate of infection in your community. So if you're in a red zone, get yourself into a yellow or green zone, and then we wouldn't be having this discussion about whether or not to open the schools.
I don't know, man. I'm still waiting to hear that the hospitals have run out of beds. There's no ventilators, or or that even people want to get hooked up to a ventilator, knowing the crazy death count. Like, I don't know, man. Me personally, after making an open source ventilator, for the pandemic, I never would ever want to be hooked up to one of those after learning about all of the statistics and what you have to go through and all of these other things. I had a good time building the gravity hookah ventilator. It's a modified trash can gravity bong with a computer controlled fan. It was awesome. But after learning about all the details about it, it definitely seems as though I would rather take my chances with Mother Nature. I don't know. Doesn't seem like what I want to go through. I'd rather personally get COVID before I get old, so that I'm immune to it. I'd rather get the 5 strands of COVID that aren't so deadly before I get the 1 strand of COVID that is deadly. There's a vaccine from Russia that's looking very promising. It made it past its first round of trials, but my own personal opinion is that Fauci's not doing such a good job. He's an older guy and he's nice. He's a good man. He's very bright. But there's this groupthink going on in the CDC, and he's been in the swamp too long. I think you got to pull that plug on the bottom and drain the swamp so we can build the moat. And Fauci's, fortunately, one of the people, needs to go. He's trying to be a rock star. I think this is the problem with these people. This guy's a scientist. He's supposed to be in a lab. He's not supposed to be the rock star in front of the cameras all the time. He's supposed to be the genius in the lab, focusing on the stuff that he really wants to focus on. Instead, he's more of a politician. And we just need to get the schools open. We just need to stop freaking out, because we've already done these numbers once before on the show. And look at the deaths for 2020 are looking just about like the 2017 death rates. So we have to look at this from the perspective of what it is. If it wasn't COVID going around that year, it was going to be the flu. If it wasn't the flu going around that year, it was going to be the pneumonia. If it wasn't pneumonia, it's going to be something else. It just happens that way. you look at the, just do the math on how many people have died. And then you do the 1, 8, 4, 1, 6, 7, 8 divided by 8. Times 12. This would be about less than 2.8 million people would die if it was the same rate as in 2017. And so this is what fake news Fauci wants you to be afraid of. He's got to show you how good of a job he's going to do by muzzling you. So you can't talk, so you can't see people's faces, so you go nuts on your antidepressants and anti-anxiety pills. And then you're going to do the math on it, and then you're going to be like, all right. Well, that death rate's way higher than if our death rate, given the current population, is looking like 558 deaths per 100,000 as opposed to 863.8 deaths per 100,000. I mean, looks like a lot less people are dying in 2020. I mean, call me out if I'm wrong, but it does appear as if this is not bullshit. This is from the CDC. You can go check it out. cdc.gov/NCHS/FA stats/deaths.htm. And you can see it for yourself. And you can see even the breakdown of what the different deaths were. So we could use the breakdowns. It seems like all right. Well, it seems like X percentage of these people are going to die per year. This year, COVID was the Grim Reaper, the bigger Grim Reaper, shall we say? Next year, going to be something else. And hopefully, we'll get COVID a number of times so that we could just be immune to it, and then it's not a big deal. I personally would rather do that than destroy our economy. I'm reasonably sure I had COVID. I never got myself tested, but I was very sick for a month with like mild pneumonia and a lot of mucus coming out of my nose. A booger the size of my thumb, the tip of my thumb just fell out of my nose. At one point in time, it was disgusting. So I've also had pneumonia, and I've also had H1N1. And after having these things, I just am not that afraid of COVID. It's just I've had other diseases like that, and I am fine. In fact, my memories of being on COVID or on pneumonia was I was a firefighter back then. I was doing just got done with a long fire season. I had a bunch of money, and we got extremely drunk the entire winter, and we did all kinds of drugs, and we just had pneumonia the whole winter, and we just partied our ass off. It was extremely dangerous. Happy to be alive. Definitely, for sure. But it definitely seems as though I've done a lot more dangerous things than engaging in risque sex with some random dude on Twitter without a mask on. But if the left gets their way, they're going to be forcing us to wear condoms everywhere so that we don't get an STD. In this next fake news article from the Baloney Broadcasting Company, how COVID-19 myths are merging with QAnon conspiracy theories. Online and in real life demonstrations, two viral conspiracies are increasingly coming together. On one hand, you have QAnon, which says that there might be some cartel and human drug traffickers who've paid off our politicians. This got translated into it's a satanic cult of pedophiles. But in reality, it's probably just more like they're engaging in some drug trafficking, and then they have a human trafficking network, and then they're engaging in sex with girls who are underage. And then they have got blackmail. But they say Trump is waging a secret war against Satan-worshipping elite pedophiles. Don't know what to say about that. Are they worshiping Satan? Yes, no. Comment below. Or at realsimplenews.net/issue98 for the show. On the other hand, you have a swirling mass of pseudoscience claiming that coronavirus does not exist, that it's not fatal, or that the numbers are on baseless claims. We just went over that the numbers aren't on baseless claims. This is why they're called the Baloney Broadcasting Company, because they can't do math and figure this shit out themselves. It's got to be some indie dude up on the Real News. Real Simple News with Kale McCullough on Friday, September 4th, 2020. Find us at realsimplenews.net/issue98. So they want you to think that there's no way, possibly, that there's any cartels and human trafficking networks that have blackmailed some politicians, because they're pedophiles who are covering up a human trafficking network with a cartel. And they don't want you to stop that because they want to use the hooker network. Right? Maybe they're not pedophiles. All right. Maybe they're they don't want you to bust the pedophiles just because it might be them. So that's why they got to shut you down. Can't have no free speech. Can't believe that there's cartels who have armies. Like this video that we watched earlier of the El Muncho? His cartel army? You can see that the drug cartels have vast, huge armies.
¡Pura gente del señor Mencho! ¡Pura grupo! ¡Arriba el señor de los gallos! ¡Arriba el señor Mencho! ¡Arriba el señor Mencho! ¡Arriba el señor Mencho! ¡Arriba el señor Mencho! ¡Arriba los gallos! ¡Pura grupo! ¡Pura grupo!
I don't know about you, but this is terrifying as a pasty white boy. Like, I mean, I'm looking at all these girls like, oh my god, I am not stepping to these dudes. I am so not stepping.
Aquí andamos echándole ganas.
What is this, United Cartels now or something? I mean, that guy's walking pretty fast. You gotta admit, he actually covered a lot of cars there in a very short period of time. That's terrifying. It's kind of crazy to think that there wouldn't be any cartels that have been paying off our politicians, and that they could have a hooker network because they're like politicians who are at work all day, and then they go use a hooker, and then they have to deal with these people, and then they got blackmailed. So, is it a baseless conspiracy theory? It's not, obviously not baseless. There's no evidence to support the allegations, but it's not baseless in any way, shape, or form. We got evidence right here. All right. Same amount of people from the CDC's number will die. This year's died in 2017. Our population's grown. So obviously there's some holes in this story, and it's because they're absolutely not giving you the real news. They're giving you the fake news from Fake News Fauci. The people who are afraid. This is why you never follow a liberal into battle, because the liberal will tuck tail and they will run, and then you'll lose because your people deserted. And once they see the leader tucking tail, the men will probably also follow. So you have to follow strong people into battle, ones that aren't going to be afraid when they see the battle coming. And so this is why we got to get Fake News Fauci out, because he's lost credibility. Got to explain this shit here. I'm not making it up. You can go look at the CDC. You can see clearly by these estimates, less people will have died in 2020 than in 2017. You're like, oh, hey, all right. I mean, so maybe are we saying that we saved like a number of people's lives in the pandemic just from limiting everything? It's like, I don't know, man. It seems to me like the world probably could use restructuring. Definitely would agree. It's not perfect. We could do a lot better. I think the lockdown helped with that. I think it helped restructure our economy, made a lot of people very poor, made race riots all over the country, from the black looter mobs, burning, looting, and murdering all around the country, in Democrat race riots funded from scam donations off GoFundMe, MoveOn.org, with George Soros, and Change.org. Because everybody wants a piece of them scam donations, dude. Everybody. Dude, I mean, seriously, you'd probably get like 90+% of people. If you could actually have a real scam donation and just says this is just a scam donation and people could still give it to you, you'd probably get like 90% of people trying to get scam donations. So, I mean, you can't blame all of these black looter mobs for trying to get all of these millions of dollars in scam BLM donations, because you would do it too if you could get millions of dollars in scam donations. But people think, oh, I'm helping black people out. You criticize black looter mobs and you're criticizing black people because BLM is black people. So you can't criticize them. If you do, you're racist. You're racist now. And so then they get away with whatever they want to get away with, because you can't stand against them, because the workplace is institutionally anti-racist because of like Civil Rights Act in the United States. And because of this, they have to, because they've already won civil rights for African Americans, but they can't just like give up the fight. They have to use the same enemy, the same divisive politics, because they're the ones that work. You can't make up new ones because they have a high probability chance of not working. You have to use the ones that have been working. And once you realize that this is actually how Democrats actually behave, you will see that they aren't a very good political party. That this stuff is pervasive in their party. They're extremely corrupt. And they want to label all this stuff. It's also, too, in Europe, there are also, too, all these like wingnut Europeans. They believe all this fake news from the Baloney Broadcasting Company, Daily Fake Mail, the Guardian of fake news. And they just slur people as far right. Anybody that they don't agree with, like, you're far right. And then if you go over to Europe and you ask people where this definition of far right came from, they'll say it came from America. And then you go over to America, you're like, where did this definition of far right that they're using from that's a slur for everybody come from? They'll be like, it's a European term. Like, okay. Well, obviously the term came from Wikipedia. Because it always used to mean farthest left means the flat social hierarchies, the Antifa, the communists. Those are far leftists. Antifa is a far leftist group. They have always been a far leftist group. And then you have on the farthest right your steepest social hierarchies, where you got fascism and Nazism at the top of the most savage, brutal, genocidal maniac power structure that you can come up with. And then in between, you have a spectrum of socialism, and then it's not the same as capitalism. So, like, people in capitalist societies, like, we think that left is liberal and that the right is the conservative power structure with that supports free speech, constitution, limited government. So when you go farther to the right in America, you go to a smaller government. So these people are trying to say that, like, QAnon is a far right conspiracy theory. And then it's like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, you look up the word of far right on Wikipedia, and it's like, it doesn't fit anything. Here's the definition of it on Wikipedia. Crazy fake news central. You'll see it's supposed to. It says far right politics are politics further on the right of the left-right spectrum than the standard political right, particularly in terms of extreme nationalism, nativist ideologies, or its authoritarian tendencies. So if you're a small government conservative, then you would be quote-unquote far right to these people. If you believe in patriotism, then that makes you like a Nazi. Or if you believe that the native Hawaiians should be given priority so that the tourists don't wipe them off the face of the planet, that makes you a Nazi. They don't make sense. None of it makes sense because they switched the term. So historically used to describe experiences of fascism and Nazism. Today, far-right politics includes neo-fascism, neo-Nazism, third position, alt-right, white supremacy, white nationalism, other ideologies or organizations, features ultra-nationalistic, chauvinistic, which is like patriotic, xenophobic, theocratic, so the Israelis, the Jews, they're far-right, they're like Nazis, racist, homophobic, transphobic, anti-communist, so if you're against communism, then that makes you far right. And reactionary views, so you got the catch-all at the end. You're like, if you can't catch them with any of these, you can say, "Oh, you want immigration restrictions because you think that white people got low birth rate, and so that makes you a nativist." And then you're far right, means you're Nazi, and then people go nuts. They're like, okay, they don't know what nativist means. They're like, okay, if I support Hawaiians, then I'm a nativist. Because I think that the Hawaiians should have preference in their land because they are going to get wiped out if they don't. And so how does that make me far right? How does it make me far right if I think 56% of illegal immigrants are from Mexico, which they are, and then there's 20 illegal immigrants per homeless person on the street, and they're banging cartel dope they're getting from illegal immigrants. How does that make you far right if you want to enforce your immigration policy? To these people, it makes them far right because they think you're nativist. And then, so it's like people, almost anybody in America could fit into one of these piles here. Because they say, oh, now it's not just people on the far right of the left-right spectrum. It's anybody that has aspects of any of these crazy large groups of people. And then if you believe any of these beliefs, you cannot believe them in public. They have to ban them from the clear web, and they have to put them on the intellectual dark web, where I found them. And then you realize that these people are just a bunch of bozos. They're seriously bozo. And that's why everything they believe is just based on a lie. That they're getting all this fake news from Wikipedia. And they think that anybody who is standing up against corruption, pedophilia, and against mass police, that you must mean then like a Nazi. Because in Cuckoo Town, nothing makes sense. Everything is fake news in Cuckoo Town. This next article from the Daily Mail, Facebook removes dozens of popular QAnon conspiracy accounts from Instagram. One of the high-profile casualties of Facebook's coal was at little.miss.patriot, who gained nearly 300,000 followers in spaces of a few months by uploading false claims about Trump. So, I mean, all the Trump supporters are like, damn, censorship's working out my way this time, huh? And then the lefties are like, damn, we shouldn't censor people, right? Facebook has been under immense pressure to clamp down on hate speech and dangerous conspiracy theories, which are both found in abundance online. And so this is because they want to sell in Europe. They can't have hate speech in Europe. They want to maximize the amount of money that they can get off of it. In the end, Mark Zuckerberg probably doesn't actually care. He's just telling you whatever you need to hear to get you to buy the product. The move comes just 2 weeks after Facebook removed 900 pages and groups and 1,500 ads tied to the pro-Trump conspiracy group. It's not actually a pro-Trump group. There's a lot of people in QAnon who are Democrats. So this is certified fake news. It's fake. The move comes just 2 weeks after, 10,000 QAnon Instagram pages were also restricted in the mid-August move. Facebook confirmed the accounts have been taken down in line with the company's new policy against tied to offline anarchist groups. Please tell me they're actually cracking down on Antifa. I don't know. You know, if we want them to crack down on Antifa, do they have to crack down on QAnon? No. Okay, so what on earth are they trying to do this for? They're saying QAnon has militia members. These militia members are going and protecting the city from the rioters. They don't want you to exercise your First Amendment right to speak to the community using the communities in the community square. And so they also don't want you to use your Second Amendment right because they don't believe that you should have First Amendment or Second Amendment rights. That's pretty standard with ivory tower liberals. Remember, you got to remember these people focus group test things. Like they're just telling you what you want to hear to get you to vote for them. They don't actually care. They'll just tell you whatever you want to hear. This is the problem with them. I mean, some people might be like, "Oh, well, he's listening to me." Like, no, you're supposed to actually come up with the ideas yourself. You're not supposed to just focus group some stuff that makes people feel good, and this will click like on the post. They'll share it. They'll watch the ad. They'll buy the product, and they'll vote for you. Nope. They got to feed you the fake news. They got to tell you whatever you want to hear to get you to like the post, buy the product, watch the ad, and vote for them. So the fake news over here says QAnon is a far right conspiracy theory that a cabal of Satan worshiping child sex trafficking ring is plotting against Donald Trump. Of course, it's just fake news. It's not far right because far right means like Nazi fascist or KKK. They're trying to say anybody who wants to kick out the illegal immigrants is far right. Okay, at that point in time, you've made it just some general catch-all slur for anybody who opposes the far left, and it doesn't have any sort of meaning at all at that point in time. This is why you should not vote for these people, because they focus group tested a whole bunch of bullshit. I mean, they really should probably stop with this bullshit policy that they do where they're trying to pander to minority groups and just excluding the majority of America. They're just trying to help out the minority of America instead of helping the majority of people, and then the majority of people helping out the minority of people. Instead, Joe Magoo Biden wants to take our tax money. I'm in Oregon. There's 1.9% black people here. So he wants to take our tax money, our astronomical amount of tax money that we send to the feds. He wants to use it to give first-time minority home owners a $15,000 tax credit. They want to give business loans to minority-owned businesses, and they want to make the Federal Reserve talk about race. This is how insane these people are. It's because they're from California. These California Democrats are the most corrupt, crazy politicians you can come up with, dude. I mean, for real, like they're a special breed of fucked up. They live in gated communities with walls around them. And they don't want you to kick out illegal immigrants because they need a ample supply of cheap labor and customers so they can maintain their corrupt social hierarchy where the white feminists are at the top of the incredibly racist power structure that the Democrats have just naturally assembled here in their cultural Marxist dystopian 1984 America, Joe Magoo Biden's America, Kamala the Snitch Harris's America, the one where the ivory tower liberals are up at the top of the pyramid with the white feminists below them, and then they say they're hiring minorities so that they can get the hood Democrats to support them, when in reality they won't hire black people because their grades are too low. You see the GPAs of the races, and you can see clearly down here at the bottom is the African Americans, followed by the Latinos, followed by the white people, with the Asians at the top of the GPAs. And so they have to tell you they're hiring minorities, because if they didn't, they would be like in violation of a number of laws, federal and state laws against discrimination. And also, too, they can't get away with not hiring Latinos and blacks, so they have to hire the Latinos because their grades are just a little bit better, and they have a better attitude towards education. They don't talk back to the teacher as much, but their GPAs are still under the 3.0 mark that they need to get into engineering school or a good engineering school. So this is the doctrine of diversity, the multiculturalism that people like to talk about. That is like they say is destroying America. It's the doctrine of diversity. It's part of this incredibly racist, white feminist, ivory tower liberal power structure, where you got Antifa at the bottom, hood Democrats above them, white feminist above them, and then at the top of the insanely corrupt pyramid, you have the ivory tower liberals. We'll tell you anything you want to hear to get you to watch the ad, like the post, buy the product, and vote for them. So if you keep voting for the Democrats, you will remain on the plantation. And the only solution is to walk away from the Democratic Party because these people are bozos. Hey, we made it through QAnon news. We're going to move into China news. In this next article from Daily Mail, Chinese media says Australia will become the poor white trash of Asia. The provocative article was a response to Prime Minister Scott Morrison's plan to stop states signing deals with foreign powers that go against Australians' foreign policy. Beijing's or the Global Times newspaper said Australia will become poor white trash. The phrase was first said about Australia by the Singaporean Prime Minister back in 1980. The article was a response to the Prime Minister's plan to stop those states from signing a deal with China. So, this is what they do. The Chinese Nazi Party that is in control of China, they know the end is nigh. They know that they can't keep control of China for very much longer, and that they need to control everyone's speech all around the world. They have that new national security law in Hong Kong, and that makes it extraterritorial, which means that they can enforce it beyond mainland China. For instance, if you encourage Hong Kong to commit sedition against the Chinese Nazi Party and to be a democracy, you are in violation of the Chinese national security law. And I want to see, there's two other things that it's like sedition, and then I forget the other two. Subversion and terrorism and colluding with foreign forces. So I would definitely say that the people of Hong Kong should collude with the democracy in the United States to overthrow the dictator Xi Jinping, the one who brought the new, more evolved form of Marxism to China that almost exactly mirrors National Socialism to every last little detail. It mirrors National Socialism. And they are trying to keep all this stuff secret by controlling our internet, modifying Wikipedia, slipping facts into our history books. Some of this intentional by the Chinese government spy machines. Some of it also, too, by their own citizens who just believe it because they saw the propaganda. There's a mixture of both, along with radicals in our country that also go along with it. It's a mixture of everything. And they just rig Wikipedia, and this causes them to rig the fake news industrial complex. So if you are criticizing China, they're going to call you fake news, and then they're going to slander you, and they're going to say that you're trash, and they are going to try to have a cyber war on your country. They're going to try to wipe your population off the face of the planet with computer technologies and drugs like fentanyl. So we got to take out Xi Jinping. We got to, of course, we shouldn't encourage terrorism over there. What was the things? No one should encourage terrorism. You should, look, the entire point of a protest is to show people that good people support this. This is why you should support it, because facts and logic don't work with people, bro. This is something I've learned the hard way through running this channel, that facts absolutely don't work with anyone. That in order to get through to people, you have to coerce them, which unfortunately means that people are very easy to manipulate. So you got to kill them with kindness. You got to you're not supposed to be doing what black looter mobs out doing, burning, looting, and murdering, demanding they get everything their way. Because what they're doing is they're showing you who is behind it. And the people who are behind it obviously are vile and detestable. And they are criminals. They're a criminal element. They are terrorists. They terrorize people. By all stretches of the imagination, they also engage in hatred, hostility, and violence towards cops, Donald Trump and Trump supporters over fake news. And so they're engaging, the actions of the black looter mob are working hand in hand with the Chinese in a obvious pattern of cultural Marxism, which came from the Chinese Communist Party when they did the cultural de-evolution in China. They said it wasn't Marxism that failed, it was the culture that failed, so they had to annihilate the culture. And then they went through and they killed about 60 million people in China, and they killed another over 40 million people in the USSR during that period of time, because the socialists lived in the cities, and then the rural areas were capitalist, and the socialists could not get their way unless the people in the country would be a food factory for them. So they went through the countryside and killed people in the millions. And then we've got all this cyber war from China, because the Chinese Nazi Party is losing control of China. The emperor wears no clothes. The secret is out. The cat's out of the bag. The worms aren't going back in the can. The poop is on the cardboard. And all it takes is just a little bit of rubbing on the strings that are propping up the dictator of China, Zinni the Pooh, who looks just like Winnie the Pooh. He hates it when you call him Winnie the Pooh. So we like to tease him a lot on this show. We like to hide little Pooh Bears. Because he can't take it. He hates how he looks so much like Tigger, as you can see. As you can see, Xi Jinping looks just like Winnie the Pooh. See? And President Obama, he looks just like Tigger. You didn't know that, huh? This just blew your mind, huh? But Zinni the Pooh cannot take when you tease him. He's got thin skin. So they banned Winnie the Pooh from China. So we like to troll him. With little Pooh Bears. And if we keep rubbing those strings, Zinni the Pooh will fall down into history in the place that he deserves as a detestable cultural Marxist who ran a surveillance state where people disappeared quite regularly. That was an authoritarian dictatorship where they had hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the countryside with filthy, stinking rich Chinese in the city with millions of Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps. They allowed private property ownership, and they would come take your business if you ever go against the Chinese Nazi Party. They're trying to be the world's #1 superpower. All of those things put together, that spells National Socialism. That's what National Socialism is. It's a hybrid of socialism where you can have private property ownership, but the government can come and take your business. They think it's a new type of Marxism. No. It's the same thing as Nazism. And in fact, everybody's going to agree with you. These people act just like Nazis. So if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's a duck. You got to call it when you see it. It's the Chinese Nazi Party. And they're going to make Australia poor white trash. So this is why we got to shut them down, take them out, bring democracy, encourage them to commit sedition and to commit coercion. Because if everybody in the world does it, then they cannot make this extraterritorial law work because nobody follows it. If nobody is following their extraterritorial national security law, it's not going to work. So I implore you to share this on social media, help us grow, and let's take down Zinni the Pooh. This next article from Newsweek, Facebook struggling to combat far-right extremism, threatens to block news from platform in Australia. The legal threat from the social networking giant came in response to a proposal in Australia that would force the platform to pay media organizations for sharing journalistic content. The move, which comes in response to a proposed law that would force the social network to pay for media organizations for their journalistic content, would result in publishers and people in Australia being unable to post news to Facebook and Instagram. As the Zuck-led program, Zuckerberg-led program goes to the legal offensive, critics noted Facebook was quick to act when facing regulations that could see it out of pocket, but has failed to properly block hate speech, far-right conspiracies, and extremist groups. Translate this into English. What does it say? It says that foreign governments are twisting Facebook's arm and leg in order to censor our free speech in America to comply with their hate speech laws. Yeah, that really pisses you off, huh? It pisses me the fuck off. That really pisses me the fuck off. This shit just keeps going, man. Like, I'm still, these are stories from like yesterday, but like I couldn't even read all the articles, so I had to go to sleep. And then it's the next day. Right now, it's the 5th. We're still reading stories from the 4th. It's even nighttime. It's even been 2 hours. Like, how many more of these things do we got to go? There's so much just censorship and got a bunch more censorship stuff. We covered most of the riot stuff. And then what else do we got? There was just so many stories. We're getting towards near the end of these stories. Oh, more China news. This next article from the New York Post. Pentagon says China has largest navy in the world after buildup. The Defense Department says the new report to Congress that China now has the world's largest navy, at least in numbers of battle-ready ships. China has the largest navy in the world with overall battle force of approximately 350 ships and submarines, including over 130 major surface combatants, the report says in a comparison, ... Wow. Yeah. This is the problem when you outsource all your manufacturing resources to China and they bottom you out and make it for cheaper than everybody else. Next thing you know, they can start pumping out warships at a fraction of the penny. We were like, oh, shoot, I thought we were going to get those from you. Oh, no, we're not going to get those from you because now we're at war with you. But I don't really particularly see us going to war with these people because the reality is that China is, they're on a thin thread. The Chinese Nazi Party could be toppled very easily. They don't have a lot of supporters in their government, a large percent. It's a minority of people who support the Chinese Nazi Party, but they have a steep far-right authoritarian power structure over there in Nazi land. And in order to do that, you have to have a distinct separation of classes. So you have to have a far-right power structure. So obviously, they think they are having a far-left communist power structure, but then they're completely unaware, all right? They think that National Socialism isn't socialism. This is the game that China has been playing, that National Socialism is not socialism. It's the game they want you to think. It's not true. National Socialism is socialism. The difference is the ownership model, whether or not you can have private property ownership. But the end result is the same. Genocidal maniacs slaughtering millions of people. So it does not matter if it's far left or if it's far right. Both of them are bad. We've gone to war with both of them. All of these Antifa going around saying we kill Nazis here in America should probably go back and take some history classes because that's completely ignorant. We also have gone to war in Korea and Vietnam. So we've also killed a lot of Antifa with our military. So you should probably check those statements before you say them. Most leftists don't. To them, it's all the same because they never bothered to actually learn what it actually meant. They just supported it because it felt good. They liked the idea of it. This is fundamentally the most dangerous thing about the left, is that this kind of shit is pervasive with these people because they're fruitcakes. A lot of these people just been hopped up on too many weird drugs. A lot of them, they never really look too far into it. They're just doing stuff because it's popular. And then you get this like cacophony of like a bunch of really stupid people, and it's all a bunch of nonsense. And then people just vote blue no matter who. And at that's the point in time when you need to just walk away from these people. Right? You just need to say, hey, y'all are fruitcakes. I'm going to take off. I'm going to go over to the party that isn't full of haters who are dogmatic about everything and try to shut down free speech. And then you're going to be a lot happier because then you can just, instead of having to deal with these people, you can just make fun of them. Or censorship. This next article from Hacker News, a Saudi prince's attempt to silence critics on Twitter. Coming at you from Wired magazine. It says there's an ongoing investigation, reveals how Mohammed bin Salami's team to allegedly infiltrate the platform and got away with it. Says in 2014, Mohammed bin Salami's uncle, King Abdullah, was nearing death. For more than 60 years, the Saudi crown has been passed from one son of the kingdom's founder to the next, their heir being determined by a combination of seniority and censuses. Of the surveying brothers, Mohammed's father, Crown Prince Salami, was set to inherit the throne upon Abdullah's death. Anonymous Twitter users were spreading claims that Salami had dementia that that presented a problem for Muhammad. The rumors became accepted as fact by Saudis and foreigners. Salami's brothers might feel pressure to elevate one of his rivals, cutting the Salami clan off from its sandwich. I'd be cutting Salami off from the claims to the throne, dashing Muhammad's hopes of one day inheriting the crown. Muhammad grasped the significance of social media long before the kingdom's geriatric prince, a millennial himself. He spent his youth eating fast food, playing Ages of Empire, and playing first-person shooter games, and keeping up with friends on the internet, according to people who've known him since childhood. He was a member of the country's core demographic. About 60% of the population was under 30. Blah, blah, blah. What the hell is this guy doing? What did Twitter do? This is a bunch of blah, blah, blah. Why can't you put the thing up top? So, he had unfettered access to Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Mohammed understood in a country without polling or elections, platforms like Twitter could reveal how the public felt about policy or a leader. So on the other hand, negative sentiments about Twitter could undermine a would-be ruler. So began years of effort to unmask families' critics on Twitter. They were finding critics on Twitter. June 13th, according to the incident, Asakar traveled to San Francisco to meet Twitter's head. The Middle East partnerships framed as a routine visit by important figures to an important Twitter market. Moros showed Asakar around Twitter headquarters in San Francisco's South End Market District. Something about Asakar gave Twitter employee a gift. Then asked if Twitter Twitter users were making trouble for Muhammad, including nickname Mujahid, who had been brazenly criticizing the royal family and publishing rumors about senior members that often had a kernel of truth, but it's a political mess. It wasn't criminal or terrorist in nature, so Twitter couldn't reveal the identity of such users to Saudi law enforcement. Asakar asked if Aboamo could help them find information on the people who registered these accounts. Aboamo complied. Potential reckless move by Twitter employee. Blah, blah, blah. Long story here. So I think the gist of the story is that authoritarian dictatorships can utilize Twitter for some really bad shit. Obviously, that's true. Obviously. He's obviously collecting reconnaissance on people, utilizing some features of Twitter that other people don't have access to because he's a government. So it does, call into question. There's a lot of really complicated things about the ethics, about censorship. I think we just want to think in this one term of what it would be like in America under the U.S. Constitution, or in Europe, if you live in Europe, with hate speech laws, or if you live in Nazi-occupied China, then all of these censorship issues are going to have a different meaning. In the United States, most people are saying this isn't what we want, but we don't have an authoritarian dictator who's utilizing this. It seems as though Twitter is not allowing political advertising on its platform. So they only want political advertising to be done through corporations. So instead of having politicians who are doing the political advertising, now it's just corporations, and they're pushing black looter mob propaganda. So people will burn, loot, and murder. But politicians can't. You can't get donations from a grassroots organization that raised funds to get ads to promote you. You have to have organic reach, so you have to have one of the networks that's already been created. And if you don't have access to that because you're not an ivory tower liberal, or you're not a rich kid, you're not really attractive, then you're pushed out of the system. So in America, we have a lot of fundamental problems with democracy with these platforms. And then in Saudi Arabia, you also have problems where you need to censor these monsters because they're monsters. But they want to do business there, which is why I think Twitter's way too big. I think that Facebook's way too big. They can't just do business everywhere. They have to have their own social network. If you want to come and be on our social networks, you have to abide by our customs and our rules and our laws. And if we want to go on your social network, we should abide by your customs, rules, or laws, or we should do a protest where we aren't doing them peacefully. Protest where we're not following your laws. That is peaceful. But it does shine a different light on the censorship issue. There is more than meets to the eye. But in America, it definitely seems as though they're trying to enforce the hate speech laws so they could sell the product in Europe and in countries where that kind of speech would be banned. So they just want you to write feel-good post, which biases everything towards liberals. Only the liberals are going to get your organic reach because they write stuff that makes people feel good based on a bunch of nonsense. This next article from the Times of Israel: Facebook to ban new political ads in week before U.S. election. The Zuck says new policy needed for last-minute ads because there's may not be enough time to fact-check claims in final days of campaign. So they want to have a monopoly on fact-checking. They don't want any information that is contrary to the leftist dogma. If you speak about anything that will jeopardize their chance of winning, they have to shut you down because they've invested so much money in rigging our elections and in the censorship that they have to get the payout because they're already like 1,000 felonies deep, man. Like, these people got felonies piling up like cars in a methed out redneck's yard. Bro. Serious. This is just the way it is with these people. Everything is corruption to these ivory tower liberals. These people are saying, no, We have to be the arbiters of truth. Here at Real Simple News, we've been censored by Facebook for fact checking so many times it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how many times they've censored us for fact checking. They mark it as spam. And then they go tell Congress, oh, no, we only censor hate speech. Right. Unless it's a political idea you don't like, and then you mark it as spam. They lied to Congress. Mark Zuckerberg committed perjury to Congress. He's a liar. He's fake news. Fake news. So we're going to have to do something to break this Facebook up. They got too much. Them, YouTube, Twitter. I say Quora. They've censored me so many times. They need to take away their Section 230 protection because they're publishers of news. They want to craft the story. They want to flag anything as hate speech that they don't like or their moderators don't like. They don't agree with the political opinion. You have no recourse. They just take your stuff down and then they slander you. They say this person is breaking hate speech laws in Europe. You got to shut him down. He's got the real news. You can't have that. No, they just want fake news. The only way to shut them down is to take away their Section 230 platform protections and treat them as a news publisher. If they want to edit the news like they do here at Real Simple News, we are censored. We are edited by these fake news social media companies that want to be the monopoly on facts and rigging elections. They want you to vote at your house with mail-in voting so that you can't speak with your fellow citizens at polling places. They want to reduce the times, places, and manners in which you can vote, which is petitioning the government, which is both petitioning and a form of free speech. They want to abridge those, reduce the amount of times, places, and manners you can do it in, so that you can do mail-in voting, so you can get all of your facts from Democrat-controlled social media companies like Facebook and Twitter. Because when they do that, they can rig the elections. All they have to do is say that Donald Trump is trying to rig this election, and then they'll have like some crazy number of black looter mobs out burning, looting, and murdering, destroying your cities over fake news. Fake news. And there's nothing we're going to be able to do until we actually all get together on the same page, start supporting the real news, and stop supporting the fake news. I have so much fun with this. This next article from Hacker News: Facebook prohibits music or music listening experience on live. Here's the guidelines at facebook.com/music/music_guidelines. These supplemental terms apply to posts you share, any videos or any content containing music on Facebook products. You're responsible for the content that you post. You may not use videos or products that create music listening experience. Unauthorized content may be removed. May be able to post or access videos containing music in every country in the world. And so I don't think that this is censorship. This is not. This is a requirement of the copyright law. They're having massive amounts of people violating copyright laws through making videos where they get you to watch it by putting music that you want to hear. And then they say, oh, it fits in the fair use category somehow. I have to deal with this fair use and this copyright stuff here on Facebook and YouTube, and haven't had any trouble with Periscope yet. But they'll, occasionally there'll be a video that I play that has a song on it. In one case, I did a Rickroll, and then I got copyright complaints. But I'm a news organization, and the copyright fair use clause of the copyright thing gives you explicit permission. Here's something from copyright.gov/fair-use/more-info. You can see it's section 107 of the copyright law. It has it provides statutory framework for determining whether something's fair use, identifies certain types of uses like criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, research. So I like to exploit this. I like to, because I'm a pirate, baby. Yeah. So I like pirating as much as I can, but you can't really just play music. You can't be competing in the industry these people are trying to sell in. Like, I'm not creating a music listening experience. You're coming to me to get the real news from Cale McCullough. That's why you're coming here. That's what we're doing here with Real Simple News. And so this is why I like to make the collages. Because it's kind of like an exemplification of how you are legally allowed to utilize these copyrighted materials without being sued under the fair use law, is that I am doing it to report news, educate, I'm commenting, I'm criticizing, I'm teaching you. It's research. We do research on the show. So this makes it so it's an innovative show. Allows me to make these very long video live streams so people can chat. Not a lot of people, but I'm just getting good, so I'm not really too concerned about the crowd size. I'm more concerned about the quality. But if I was making it so you're coming here so you could listen to music, so you don't have to pay the people, I would not be a news organization. I'm a news organization because we're reading news, reporting it, criticizing, commenting. And this makes it well within the Section 107 Copyright Act, even though I do get a lot of copyright claims, so I don't have any strikes. And it's because I know what I'm doing when I do this stuff. But I'm never going to shill for a company again, say, go buy their music because they use a bot to hit me with a copyright strike, and the bots are not humans. They don't have copyright protection. They don't have rights. They're bots on the internet. And so they view your video, they go through the audio of your video, they look for a pattern that matches one of their copyrighted songs. Then they automatically send you a copyright complaint. And this is illegal. They're making a claim that I'm violating the law. So it's like it's an attorney, basically. It's like an automated attorney saying, you just broke the law. I'm taking down your material so that you can't get monetization until after we've cleared the content to claim. So they're basically shutting down your profits. They're shutting down your ability to get views. They're harassing you, occupying your time. And there is a problem, is that there's so many people that commit content violations that it's not really possible for even a very large organization to review all of these things without use of AI tools. They should leave me alone, given that it is Real Simple News. We do the real news here. But the system's not perfect, so they just basically just blocked it off. I can't blame them. I can't blame them. Knowing how many copyright strikes I've already gotten, or claims I've gotten, it's like a flood. It would not be possible for them to manage all of these to determine which of these songs that they're playing is actually under the copyrights. So I think that we need to prevent these large companies from doing this, because there are a lot of music, like DJs, who have licensed music who are able to play this music. A lot of my friends who even might be watching this, good friends from back when I used to throw raves and go to raves all the time. Some of them still watch the show. Most people think I am a demon right now. In fact, it's because I am actually the one who oppresses all of the white women. It is me. I am the one that underpays all of the white women. So I am the demon, and some of them don't know what to think, but I feel like I'm on the side of right. But those people should be able to play their music. I think it seems as though the winning argument against these social media companies are that when they censor you, they abridge your right to speak with the audience because they become the public square. So you're making this rule to censor the content creator. Then the content creator is no longer able to speak with the community, and the community is no longer able to speak with the community. That seems to be the winning argument here, is that you've censored everyone's speech by censoring these content creators' speeches. So we should probably just be tolerant to it. They should probably show us what the algorithm that they're using to get the likes and impressions. That way, it's not like this black box where we don't know, okay, am I shadow banned or do I suck? So I've been in that position. I know I don't suck. I know I'm just shadow banned because I see the shadow ban test. And then you could see from the shadow ban test that I am different levels of shadow banned at different states. But always just a little bit shadow banned. So they're not showing my post to other people. That is censorship. But this, in particular, this is just a copyright nightmare that they have to deal with. So I don't blame them on this one. This next story from batshit crazy land, Joe Magoo Biden claims a black man invented the light bulb, not a white guy named Edison. Mr. Magoo said on Thursday that a black man created the light bulb, not a white guy, named Thomas Edison, during a speech before community leaders in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I guess his memory's starting to fade because he was alive back then when Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. In fact, he was even in Congress. I'm joking. That's totally a joke. He's only been in Congress for 50 years. Only. Right. Mr. Magoo made this speech to community leaders in Kenosha, Wisconsin, after the Democrat race riots. After meeting privately with the family of Jacob Blake, Biden may be referring to Lewis Howard Latimer, a black man who worked with the light bulb inventor Thomas Edison and improved the carbon filaments. During the speech, Mr. Magoo also quipped the audience with, "Will shoot me," if he continued talking about his tax policies. Jacob Blake, 29, was shot 7 times in the back August 23rd by law enforcement because he had a knife in his hand, and he's allegedly raped his girlfriend. The cops were there to pick him up because the girlfriend said, "Hey, this guy, he's got a warrant. He took my keys, won't let us go. He's got a knife. Needs you to come." And then the cops came, and then they tased him on the ground. They tried to wrestle him down, tased him twice. And then he got out the knife, and then he ran around to the front of the car. He's trying to get out, trying to go into a high-speed chase with kids in the car. But they don't tell you that because this is Mr. Magoo is just using Black Looter Mob to get elected. He's just riding the wave of Black Looter Mob success because of them burning, looting, and murdering, destroying our cities in the name of racial justice. They're social justice warriors. On the far left, got Xena, social justice warrior, out there fighting for more pay for the white feminists. And they are allied with the Black Looter Mob because they're both fighting to rise up the pyramid of victimization to get a diversity ticket. So they need to burn down our cities because we won't give them everything they want. Whenever they do actually get what they want, they're going to learn that they can just burn down our cities. And then they're just going to start rewriting all the facts. Be all right, okay, well, this one fact was true. Lewis Howard Latimer, a black man who worked with Thomas Edison, improved the light bulb. But the facts will change, like at the game of telephone. It will start with Thomas Edison invented the light bulb, with a black man helped improve it, to a black man invented the light bulb, to white men are evil, racist, satanic, baby-eating, genocidal maniacs because they don't believe that black people invented the light bulb. This is the way it goes down into Looney Town, where you get brainwashed by all that fake news. So we're going to give Biden's claim over here a fake news. It's fake news. It was a white dude. And then we're going to give the Daily Mail's claim the stamp of the real news. This next article from here, hold on a second. It's easier to get a thumbnail this way. In this next article from the New York Post, House Democrats can't enforce their subpoenas, appeal court rules. A federal appeals court panel on Monday ruled that the House of Representatives can't use courts to enforce subpoenas for testimony, while giving a win to the Trump administration in a standoff with Democrats. The decision is a blow to the House Judiciary Committee Democrats seeking to force testimony of their former White House counsel, Don McGahn. Originally ... Originally as part of last year's impeachment inquiry, but it may not be the final word. The 3-judge panel split 2-1, with the majority finding that there's no statute that allows for judicial review of the subpoena, though Congress remains free to enact a statute that makes House's request for information judicially enforceable. I, too, agree that there are no statutes that actually allow them to do that. No. Very specifically, there's a separation of powers. There's the state governments have their sovereign, and then the federal government is sovereign in its matters, where they have their laws supersede the state laws, but they are a sovereign entity as compared to a state government. Each state government is also a sovereign entity. And you are a sovereign entity of your own domain, too. It's like a hierarchy where some people are above the others. So the executive branch, if you serve them with a subpoena, it's like serving a subpoena to another, from one state to another. You are going to need to go to a court where you have an arbiter to enforce that subpoena. And this is the problem. I'm unsure why one of the judges voted the other way. I'm just completely, I'm kind of bizarre. I would like to read the reasoning why they believed that, because it doesn't, just the knowledge of, okay, if I have a court, I'm a state, I got a court, and my court has a separation of powers from then my neighboring state. So I'm in Oregon, let's say, and then there's Washington next door, and then I subpoena Washington for some documents in their court. How are you going to go about doing that? You're going to go to the Supreme Court, right? You're going to have another arbiter in order to enforce the subpoena. I don't know why the judge thought the other way. If you do, if you could comment in the comments down below or at realsimplenews.net/issue 98 for this show. I'd love to hear your input on why you think the judge voted the other way. In this next article from Newsweek, record amounts of mail-in votes could be rejected in the 2020 election. Election officials are expecting a massive surge of mail-in ballots this fall as more Americans eschew voting in person to avoid the risk of spreading coronavirus after the pandemic is over. This is the biggest problem. Hold on. This is the biggest problem with why the Democrats are trying to bring this fraudulent mail-in voting. But mail-in voting is incredibly fraudulent. At polling places, there's laws that protect you from voter intimidation. When you let people fill out their ballots at home, there's no protection against voter intimidation. Many people live in places where they don't have private place where they can fill out a ballot, where they have a partner who will control them, force them to vote a certain way. If they know that you voted a different way, they'll throw your ballot away, or they'll just steal your ballot, throw it in the trash can. This is not good. Also, to the Facebook and Twitter are both controlled by radical leftist Democrats, cultural Marxist drones, and they're feeding you fake news and propaganda, atrocity propaganda, run boogeyman propaganda, and attack boogeyman propaganda in order to force you to the boogeyman savior, which is how you're able to reverse triangulate what they're doing so you can triangulate back to the top of the ivory tower in the corrupt as fuck social pyramid from the top of the ivory tower. We got the Antifa down at the bottom with the hood Democrats above them, and then the white feminists above them, and the ivory tower liberals at the top with some QAnon shit going on. And so they want you to be isolated at your house, send in your mail-in ballot so you don't get to talk with anybody at the polling place. They don't want you to have anybody like me try to convince you to vote for Donald Trump, because they want to rig the election for Joe Magoo Biden and Kamala the Snitch Harris. They're corrupt California Democrat cronies. They're trying to shove down our throat so they could get away with their plan of cultural Marxism. So they want to reduce the times, places, and manners in which you can engage in free speech and petitioning the government at polling places, which abridges your free speech and abridges your right to petition the government. And it's illegal. It's illegal to do this underneath our law system by the way that our laws are constructed. But Democrats don't care. They're just saying, no, we just want to make it easier. We just want to help you by abridging your rights. This is why you have to shut them down. This is why you just got to walk away from the Democrat Party. You have to say, hey, look, man, this shit is booty. Your policies are whack. I am just going to walk away from you people because this shit is crazy. It's bananas. I don't want you to vote at in my house. I live in Oregon. I've been doing this my whole life. It's not a very good voting system. People don't know very much about politics around here. Not like the red states where they talk about it at the polling places. People are completely clueless to politics around here, and then they just do a bunch of whack drugs. They start voodoo bumping, Molly, cocaine, other weird drugs. They got turkey basters hidden all around their houses. They're like popping antidepressants and Xanax, Klonopin, Trazepam, like some weird shit, dude. They're straight up booty bumping. And we're just supposed to just assume that just because they're a hippie, that means that they're not a lunatic. This is your confidence in these people is not well placed. Trust me, they are some kooky hippies. Most of what they believe based on fake news. And so if you're thinking that it's going to help you out to not talk to people with differing opinions, you're cruising for a bruising, because the fact is that a lot of people in Oregon are completely oblivious to these opinions that I'm saying. I personally am way ahead of most people. I found this stuff on the intellectual dark web because they were trying to hide it. They were suppressing it. Then I figured out why. And once you do that, you have to bring light to it to show people, hey, look what they've been hiding from you. And so Mr. Magoo, they know people are only voting for him because he's not Trump. This is what they have to work with. They got to work with the voting coalition they put together. They've already bought and paid for the voting coalition. They've already got the African Americans on the plantation. So they got to keep you there by promising to you that they're going to take the white privilege from the white man, and they're going to give it to you. And they keep telling people that it's like white males like me. I own a white privilege factory downtown. I got so much white privilege. I be giving free white privilege away to all of the spoiled rich white kids. I'm not giving any of the African Americans any white privilege because I'm too greedy and I don't want to share my white privilege. So because of this, now you must now attack my white privilege and take it from me, so that you can redistribute this white privilege to all of the other the women and the Kleenex, the Latinx, because they're all crying rivers full of lip tears from their snowflake eyes, and they need Kleenex because Spanish is too sexist for them. You can't say la or los. Everything is X. And so this article says, with unprecedented numbers of Americans expected to vote in November's presidential election, fears are rising that numbers of mail-in ballots will be rejected will also soar. Election officials are experiencing a massive surge with mail-in ballots this fall as more Americans eschew voting in person to avoid the risk of spreading coronavirus after the pandemic is over. So they want to take away our voting in person rights. Because once you start making mail-in voting, then I can't go to a polling place where there's a lot of people and then try to convince the people around me as to why you should vote for Donald Trump. This is how they're going to maintain control, feeding you fake news through the social media companies like Facebook and Twitter that are controlled by Democrats. Their algorithms are heavily biased towards liberals because they want you. Liberals post more feel-good posts They get you to like on them based upon what you want to hear. But data shows that mail ballots are rejected at far higher rate than in-person votes, raising concerns that millions of voters will be disenfranchised when they vote by mail, many for the first time ever. So right before the election happens, they're going to change all of the rules because they need to like protect you from COVID after the pandemic's over. The pandemic's pretty much over, man. It's definitely not. You notice it's not in the news recently, right? The only thing that's been in the news is that the pandemic was fake news. Because if you look at the actual data, like this chart that I've been going over here on the show today, you see that, if you do the math on how many people the CDC said died so far this year, deaths from all causes, you do the math, it's going to be less people that died in 2017. So, yeah, sure, COVID's a deadly disease, but it doesn't really appear as though there's an increase in deaths. If you're going to say there's a pandemic coming through and a bunch of people are going to die, you're going to have to make this be more people than normally would have died. You're like, oh, there's a pandemic that's going to come through. It's going to save a bunch of people's lives. Okay. All right. So we're just going to destroy the economy then? Okay. You see, because that wouldn't make sense. No. Instead, they have to use fear. It all has to be fear. They have to control you. They have to muzzle you, put a mask on your face so that you can't talk to your neighbors, because that's the only way that they can control is by controlling your speech, muzzling you, making you commit suicide from wearing a mask, from being lonely and depressed and isolated and not getting any good sex. That's the Democrats' plan. When you vote for Democrats, you vote for white feminism. You vote for unlimited immigration, removal of your people, replacement with immigrants, and then they are going to take your voting rights away. They're going to take your gun rights away. They're going to then institute communism. And then when they find out that doesn't work, it's going to turn into National Socialism. This is why you can't go down the slippery slope of the left. You have to walk away from the left. You have to say, hey, look, I'm not down with communism. I'm not really down with giving you such a large percentage of my fruits of my labors without getting something in return. I'm not down with giving out all of this federal tax money in Oregon, where there's 1.9% black people, and then you want to focus on taking the tax money and giving $15,000 tax credits to first-time minority homeowners, business loans to minority-owned businesses. I own businesses, so I would like it if you would give me business loans. And then they want to make the Federal Reserve talk about race. I don't know what planet these people live on, but this one is fucking bozo. It's bozo. Make the Federal Reserve talk about race. I mean, come on, give me a break, dude. I mean, this is crazy. This is only Mr. Magoo would come out with a platform this bad. So we got to shut down their their mail-in balloting election rigging, because they're trying to rig the 2020 elections, and they'll try to convince you it's the Republicans trying to stop this, but it's all fake news. Bunch of fake news. Here in this next article from Newsweek, it says Trump tweets, quote, rigged election, question mark, and quote, after data firm warns about initial results. President Donald Trump, the king of memes, suggested the presidential election could be rigged following a report that he could appear as the winner in an illusionary landslide on the 3rd of November. And that's because they're rigging the polls in the swing states. They have to have mail-in voting in the swing states or else their candidate won't win. So here's the data from a tweet from Rahid Kassam from the National Pulse. It says, warning, Democrat data firm admits, quote unquote, incredible Trump landslide will be flipped by mail-in votes emerging a week after Election Day. And then they showed the, where do they show the graph, the chart? There's a chart that showed it. So what, I'm just going to paraphrase what it is. So the people that are polling in person, you're going to get the polling results. And then there's going to be a very long delay of whenever they're counting the mail-in votes and then going through the courts in order to determine that the mail-in votes were correct. So it's going to be a complete clusterfuck because they changed all of the rules in the mail-in voting at the same time in all these swing states. And so we got to have a lot of court trials to determine the election results. And this is why you're not allowed to change all of the election rules right before the election. Like, oh no, it's the pandemic. Right, the one that's over. That one. The one that when we look at the death tolls appear to be less than 2017. You can do the math yourself. It's less than 2017, but our population's bigger. That's insane. We can't let people do that. That's all of this is like fear mongering. This is par for the course with for Democrats. It's just this standard corrupt behavior of these Democrats. Here in this next article from New York Post, Barr says he's satisfied by job, concerned over mail-in ballots during a wide-ranging interview with the Con News Network. Wolf Blitzer pushed Barr, who was also AG in the George W. Bush, H.W. Bush administration, about his future plans and asked whether he would enjoy his work. He said, blah, blah, blah. I don't really care. I think he said he's concerned about it. That's kind of it. That's about as far as I'll go into deep of what somebody says. I don't like reporting on hearsay. What are we doing? I'm going to take a break because it is a long show. There's just a little bit more here. Not too much. Got some bizarre news. I think so we covered China, covered censorship, covered coronavirus. What do we got to do? All the other weird stuff. Immigration. Islam. Some random stuff. And then I'll be right back. I just need a break. All right, back with that real news. This next article from the Daily Mail, Florida couple tied up a woman and tortured her for 48 hours. Alexis Crawford, 20, and Kristen White, 30, from Florida have been charged with false imprisonment, sexual battery, and aggravated battery for allegedly torturing a woman. Alexis Crawford, 20, and hold on, where it's a picture. They put on the left, there's Alexis there, and then on the right, there is Christian. And yeah, they definitely look like they've been doing meth or something. They got like meth bumps. I'm not going to say that I know that they've been doing meth, but whew, these people are a special breed over here. The pair are accused of holding a 39-year-old woman captive for 2 days and torturing her. The victim managed to escape on Sunday and call authorities, telling them the suspect had tied her up with zip ties during a fight. The woman endured being cut, burned, punched, drugged, and sexually battered for 48 hours. At the time of the incident, Crawford and White were fugitives from Clay County. Definitely look like they've been on some whack drugs, probably with some sketchy-ass hood Democrats. White has a vast criminal record in Clay County, including charges of domestic battery by strangulation, burglary, host of traffic violations. Yes, ain't paying me. And they've been charged with false imprisonment. Oh, hold on, I read that. The victim recounted how she met White and Crawford, described as being on the run from Clay County authorities, though a mutual friend with whom they were staying, or they met through a mutual friend with whom they were staying on Saturday. That evening, the 39-year-old woman offered to pick up dinner for the group, but then she returned to the house and the situation took a violent turn. The victim said she got into a fight with the 4'11", 112-pound Crawford, who allegedly jabbed her and attempted to restrain her with zip ties. So, anytime anybody tries to put zip ties on you, you need to get the fuck out of there. Never to allow them to do that. I've almost been murdered a few times, and 2 times I used zip ties. And you just can't get me, bro. No, I'm too fast for you, man. Too strong. You're going to have a bunch of people, which is scary. We live in a world where there's terrorists who will come to your house if you put videos up on the internet that are contrary to their dogma. They don't want you to dissent from the thought police. You have to believe everything they say. Some of them are on weird drugs. Some of them are on good people. Some of them are rapists. Some of them are pedophiles. Some of them are terrorists. So you can't just criticize these people because they have thin skin. They might come to your house and attack you because they can't deal with criticism. So you got to be watching out when you are dealing with crazy fools, because they might just shank you and zip tie you and then torture you for 48 hours. My guess is these people were Democrats. So this would be par for the course for what they do. But again, it's just my own assumptions based upon very limited knowledge of the situation. This next article from Hacker News, Ninth Circuit Court rules NSA's bulk collection of Americans' call records is illegal. It's coming at you through Politico. The NSA program that swept up details of billions of American phone calls was illegal and possibly unconstitutional, a federal appeals court ruled on Wednesday. However, the unanimous three-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said that the role of so-called telephone metadata program played in a criminal terror fundraising case against the four Salami immigrants. Somali. I keep saying salami. I don't know, man. This Somali immigrants was a minor that did not undermine their convictions. The long-awaited decision is a victory for prosecutors, but some language in the court's opinion could be viewed as a rebuke of sorts to the officials who defend the snooping by pointing to the case involving Basali Molen and three other men found guilty by the San Diego jury in 2013 on charges of fundraising for Al-Shabaab. Judge Marsha Berzon's opinion, which contained half a dozen references to a role of a former NSA contractor and whistleblower, Edward Snowden, in disclosing the NSA's metadata program, concludes that bulk collection of such data violates the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. The call tracking effort began without court authorization under President George W. Bush, followed by the September 11th terrorist attacks. A similar program was approved for the secretive FISA courts beginning in 2006, renewed number of times, but the Ninth Circuit panel said those rulings were legally flawed. I'm very happy to hear about this. Definitely seems like they were stepping out of their bounds. They're like, oh, well, we're just going to collect it on everybody. So that makes it not constitutional. Sorry, not constitutional. It would make it constitutional because they're just doing it on everybody. It's like, okay, I mean, just because you have some legit reason as to why you're doing that right now doesn't mean the entire thing that you're doing is not legit. Definitely appears as if they're gathering bulk information without a warrant. They need to be more targeted with their surveillance. So this is a win for the American public. I'm going to let you read the rest of this article here on Politico. You can find the link at realsimplenews.net/issue 98. This next article from, hold on. This next article from the Daily Mail, Met police so far have arrested 232 Extinction Rebellion activists since 3,000 flooded the Capitol. Several activists had to be cleared from the road in Westminster, where they had been lying down in an attempt to block Mr. Johnson's route to the Prime Minister's questions. These people are out having a massive protest over a mass extinction that isn't happening. Really what it is the rainforest is getting deforested. The rest of the planet is not really like, there's no massive extinction. I mean, we would know if there was a massive extinction going on because it was like, we would definitely know, but we're in control of 97% of the biomass on Earth, which also unfortunately means that there are a lot of people out there that are able to destroy the rainforest. I personally think we need to stop them. And this is my biggest problem with Extinction Rebellion. I support their cause. I don't support their methods. I think it's madness. It says officers had to clear away activities attempting to stop Mr. Johnson from getting to the Prime Minister's questions. Police have made dozens of arrests for offenses, including obstructing the highway assaulting an officer. XR has launched 2 weeks of campaigning to try to refocus politicians' attention of global warming. I'm going to push back. This is an ineffective campaign. I support the campaign, and in my experience, what you want to do is you want to focus on issues that you can win. You're not going to fight global warming by fighting global warming. You're going to fight global warming by fighting air pollution, overpopulation, and overconsumption. You're not going to shut down these machines. It's like yelling on the top of a mountain. You're not doing anything. All you're doing is making people not like you. And at a certain point in time, they're going to say, I don't give a fuck anymore. And then at that point in time, everything that you did was just useless. And then people just want to overconsume just to piss you off. This is the problem with these people. I mean, I do enjoy it when they're walking around naked and they're good looking. In fact, if you know any Extinction Rebellion activists that want to walk around naked around my house, you should comment below or at realsimplenews.net/issue 98 for the show. But these people, they're just, they're there because here's a video of some of the arrests. They're there because it's a political movement. I completely support saving the rainforest. I support getting rid of two-cycle engines, replacing them with solar-powered electric gardening equipment, like weed whackers and lawnmowers. I think that those are very logical steps. We have a energy storage problem here in the United States. And in order to get around that, what we need to do is we need to first take one step at a time that we actually can take. We have to switch our two-cycle engines because they put out a lot of, they don't burn the fuel all the way. And so this puts a lot of pollution in the air that causes asthma in cities. We need to store the power coming off of the solar panels. So the best way to go about doing that is to charge them with a solar panel, because you don't mow your lawn every day, and you don't need to replace the battery that often. So it's one way that we can help reduce global warming and increase our air quality, which should be the number one priority, is the quality of life, the air quality, the amount of junk I don't have to deal with at my house, the things that are the win. Instead of getting clouded against this entire thing as a whole, and this is the reason why Black Looter Mob is so horrible. I support Black Lives. I support getting rid of shifting the permanent underclass into the lower middle class. But they focus on this entire thing in the abstract, target their hatred towards and hostility and violence towards Donald Trump, police, and Trump supporters. And then I cannot condone that. They burn, loot, and murder, riot, burn your cities down. Definitely can't be standing behind that. But then I support their goal. So this is a great analogy for why the Extinction Rebellion people have been so wacko, is that they have something that everybody wants, but then they go off acting like nut jobs. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, what kind of global warming are you trying to cut? Like, overconsumption, overpopulation? You trying to save the rainforest? I mean, can we just save the rainforest and then get rid of the two-cycle engines? Like, do a couple of things at a time, right? This is how you win. Everybody's going to stand behind that. They're going to say, people fight back against the two-cycle lawnmower thing, but I think, as long as you provide a permit thing, like if you actually need a gas engine, then sure, use one. But if you're not, then we need you to use a solar-powered 2-cycle or solar cycle replacement. Hold on, solar-powered replacement, because we need to utilize this technology for energy storage. And then maybe we could use those batteries for other reasons or other purposes, like watching TV or something, emergency batteries. But we would need some other technologies to work with them. But these are achievable things. They're things that we can actually do, as opposed to just rebelling over the amount of CO2 that China puts out, which dwarfs the amount of stuff that we put out. So we could shut our factories down here to appease the leftist mob, or we could play it smarter, and then we could try to bring more manufacturing back home so that we can control the emissions better. There's different ways to go about doing this. It's not such an easy thing that you can just say, this is the one solution. We have one thing, it's going to work. It's complicated. There's a lot of factors that you didn't think about that you need to be an engineer to understand, or know an engineer. And it's really easy to look at the data and not understand it and then make the wrong decision. So this is why it's easier to focus on just one issue where we can just understand one thing. We're like, okay, we're having a massive die-off of species because of deforestation in the rainforest and areas that are similar to it. So, okay, all right, this is something that we can stand behind. We can boycott companies who are deforesting the rainforest. We can do that. We can put pressure on governments that are there to do not kill our lungs and to stop with the massive destruction that they're calling is the sixth mass extinction. But I'm going to call that one fake news. We're going to call Extinction Rebellion fake news. Good intentions, but they don't know what they're talking about. Personally, I think that they should let me run their organization. Then they would not be having these nut job things over some abstract thing that they have no power over. You don't have any control over China and India and all these other massive countries that are polluting out the ass. It's like you're on the top of a mountain screaming, and you just look like a wingnut. What you need to do is you need to, work with something that you can. Don't be a wingnut. Don't be fake news. But yes, I do support their cause. I just disagree with their methods. In this next fake news article from the New York Fake Post, Germany police arrest 300 as quote-unquote far-right protesters storm parliament. German police forcibly removed quote-unquote far-right protesters and others who stormed the parliament building in Berlin following a protest against the country's strict coronavirus restrictions. Because now if you're against strict coronavirus restrictions, that makes you far-right. Okay, so that makes me far-right. What about we watched these videos before. Look them up again. Australia mass police. And you could see, look up videos of Australia mass police, and you could see you got some wingnut Aussies up over here trying to muzzle people with masks, arresting people for not wearing masks. These are the far right people that they're talking about. When they call people far right in the fake news media, this is what they're talking about.
Constable Riot from Fran Police Station. We need to provide your details.
This is my ID.
What is your name?
Why have you got handcuffs on me?
What's your date of birth?
It's on there.
Can you state your name and address, please?
That's obviously my UK address. He's got handcuffs. He's harassing me.
What's the go?
He's harassing me.
Yeah, no worries.
She's got my ID.
Confirm your identity,
She's
mate.
got
Put
my
your hands
ID.
behind your back.
She's got my ID in her hands.
Put your hands behind your back.
My ID's in her
Put your hands
hands.
behind your back.
My ID's in her
Put your hands
hands.
behind your back.
He's got his ID. You're harassing me, mate.
You're not wearing a mask.
You're harassing me.
You've
I've
done
told you I've got an
multiple times.
exemption.
What's your exemption?
I've told you I've got an exemption.
What
Get
is
the
it?
fucking cuffs off
What's
me.
your exemption?
Here's another video of the masked police tackling a woman in Australia.
Get off of me! Get off! Let go of his vest.
See, they sound all nice, dude. And then you get to know them, you're like, you people are crazy as fuck, man.
Stop him! Stop! Fuck you, bitch! Get the fuck off me! What are you doing? You're fucking choking me, dude! What the fuck? You're fucked in the head! You're fucked!
Yep. You are fucked in that, bro. I don't care if anybody says I'm far right for not supporting the mask police, dude. I do not support the mask police, dude.
Yeah, but you're
You can call
choking.
me
You're
as far right
choking
as you
her.
want,
As a
dude.
man
Like,
on a
this
guy,
is
as a
fucked
man
up.
on a girl, as a man on a girl, and you choked her. For what? For a mask? For not having a mask? Look how pathetic you are.
So, what is the fake news saying about this shit? Okay, so why are they calling these mass protesters far right? This is stupid. It says police dispersed the protesters after they broke away from a large peaceful demonstration, breached a security barrier, and ran up the steps of the Reichstag late Saturday, according to a report. The breach involved hundreds of people, some waving flags of the German Reich 1871 to 1918 and other far-right banners. Because the German government of the Reich was... These people are so stupid. It says the German Reich was the constitutional name of the German nation states that existed from 1871 to 1945. The Reich became understood as driving authority of sovereignty of the form of continuing unitary Germany national people, with the authority and sovereignty being exercised at any time over a unitary German state territory with valuable boundaries and extent. Although commonly translated as German Empire, the word Reich also translates into realm or territorial reach. And the term does not itself have a monarchical connotation. The word Kaiserreich is applied to denote an empire or an emperor, hence the German empire. It works from reference from 1943 to 45. The official name of Germany was not found. Something to account of German peoples associated with territories annexed into states administrated before and during the Second World War, refers to an entire period of 1871 to 1945, translated German Reich, applied by historians of formal context. Although common English is used, known as simply as Germany, this is the German Empire reserved for the pre-World War II era, for up to 1918, when the fascists overthrew the German Reich. The German Reich was run by the Social Democratic Party. Let's go back into history, get through the Fox into the real. We like to cover this article a lot. It's from War History Online. How communists in Germany allied with Nazis to destroy democracy. And so with these people, they when they use this flag, it's not a banned flag. So you have to understand, in Germany, anything related to Nazi Germany has been banned. So there's 3 periods. There was what the Third Reich is the one that's bad, right? But then they see the symbols. So this was the bad one, right? So these guys are repping the ones because they can't have a hate symbol there. Can't have that. So theirs is the right before the Nazis took over. But this is reactionary. You're trying to go back to a previous state in time. And so they want to convince you that they're all the same. Like, oh no, it's the same. It's the Third Reich. Only it's not. It's just a flag that represents German culture. So they put the Iron Cross on there. The other thing they're saying is it's the Iron Cross. They put these flags on. They say if you put this on a flag, and then you go to a protest, you're like far right. But then the problem with this is that this symbol is currently on German Air Force planes. They never stopped using it. Post World War II, they banned Nazi symbols, but this was not one of the symbols that they banned. But they want to tell you other far right banners. Like, okay, so this was the German Reich when it was Social Democratic Party that controlled it. So it was pre-World War, pre-Hitler. But then they want to say that these people are like Nazis because they're advocating for this. And so they're all people who are at this protest, protesting against coronavirus, are Nazis because they saw a flag that was kind of like a Nazi flag. This is the way that they think. This is why this is fake news. It's fake news. It's because they want to make an association between one small little group of people that it's, I mean, you could say that this person, that they're wearing like a Confederate flag. That's what you're trying to say. Like, okay, well, what does that flag mean to you? Represents to them pre-Nazi Germany, where it was the First and Second Reich, where they had democracy, where they had the Social Democratic Party of Germany was in control before the Nazis took it over. So what you want this to mean is going to be all entirely dependent on where you live. So this person's in New York, and then they're reporting on news in Germany. So they don't get all of the data. So they can't, this person is not using this flag as a hate symbol because hate speech is banned in Europe. You can't have Nazi era stuff there. They banned it. So this flag is not one of the banned flags. It's the this one. Where was it? This one is the one that they were saying that they used. This is the far right one. Like, okay. I mean, but that's, these people were social democrats. They weren't Nazis. They were this was not that period of time. That was that was after that. So this is the problem that I have with the fake news industrial complex. They spew out fake news all the time because they just don't understand history. They don't understand European laws. And so they say they're far right because it's just a general slur, because the definition of far right is not like Nazi anymore. It just means anybody who's not far left, which is insane. It just goes into insanity because there's no actual real reason for it. This next article from Hacker News Best. Wait, hold on. Can't have that on there. I'm sorry. I got to redo that. In this next article from Hacker News Best, the surreal art of unnatural lighting. It's from coming at you through National Geographic. This article here, they show you how introducing artificial light in natural environments opens up the mind to another way of seeing, says photographer and drone pilot Ruben Wu. And these pictures are absolutely phenomenal. I think that this is one of the coolest pictures I've seen. I love the textures that are going on. I'm really wondering how they got that up there. Obviously, they put maybe like 2 lights on a rope and then spun the rope up in the air. And then here's another one of them doing 3 of the light things in some beautiful, looks like Utah region. Utah. Yeah. See, I fought forest fires enough to where I recognized the terrain. Utah's fire sandstone formations, then combined several long exposures into this composite image. I think they call those light paintings. Here's another beautiful one. I love how the light is reflecting off of the water. Wow, that's a big one. Oh, it's a drone. Okay, that's what they're doing. So they're taking a drone with a light, and then the drone is going in a circle. That makes sense. I like how the stars are moving. This one definitely gives you a large sense of movement. It does look. It makes me hungry. I went to go eat some candy after eating that. Or I'm sorry, seeing that. Candy. Here's another picture of a very, very, very beautiful area hollowed out by water. It looks like Mount Crowley Lake near Monmouth Cave Lakes in California. Lighting heightens the rock face's reflections. Very beautiful. I think the water eroded that area under there. Here's another picture of a beautiful beach near Milos Island in Greece. It's at Sarakinkiko Beach in Milos, Greece. If you want to find a link to that, you can find it at realsimplenews.net/issue98. Over here. Right. Going to Islam. This next article from the Daily Mail, anti-terror cops probe man who allegedly stabbed 2 cops in a knife attack. Those aren't squeamish. Close your eyes now. Or are squeamish. That's how I say it. See the cop got stabbed by some dude with a knife. Frederick Fadi Erez from Lakamba, Sydney's southwest, was arrested and charged with attempted murder about 12:20 a.m. on Wednesday. The Lakemba man, 32, allegedly harassed a food delivery driver in Sydney's CBD. He then allegedly attacked 3 responding policemen wielding a knife. One officer, 40, was left with blood pouring from his head after he was slashed. Another 39 was slashed in the hand, while another 20-year-old was bitten on the arm. The alleged attacker was arrested, has been charged with 4 offenses. Assistant Commissioner said officers are lucky to be alive after the alleged attack. He allegedly said Allah Akbar during a police interview during his arrest. Police are now probing potential links to terrorist organizations, but they are in the early stages. Is this the guy? So here's some video of the arrest of the terrorist. The picture of the police officer who was slashed. Whew. Yeah, cuts in the head don't really they bleed for a really long time. Here's the bite. It looks like it hurt. Ouch. In this next article from the Daily Mail, a record 409 migrants made it across the channel to the UK in one day. A total of 30 boats are believed to have made the crossing, first setting off in early hours on Wednesday amid absolute mayhem in the world's busiest shipping lane. Today's arrival means last month's single-day record of 235 migrants on 17 vessels has been shattered. Astonishing photos show groups who'd dodged border forces staggering out on the surf and collapsing. This year, at least 5,025 immigrants have arrived in small boats. That figure is not included today's or yesterday's total. And it's because they pay migrants to move to Europe. They give them all this socialism. They set them up in fancy hotel rooms. They give them a monthly check. And so this is causing a massive, huge floods of people to flood into Europe at record-breaking rates. And the liberals, they don't want to do anything about it because they say, no, that's far right. You can't stop illegal immigration. That makes you a Nazi. You're like KKK if you kick out the illegal immigrants. So we just have to let them take over and then have them bring Sharia law with them. Like, oh, man. Nah, I'd rather enforce the border laws and not have to deal with that. I don't really want... Mosquito. I don't want my child to have to grow up having to... compete with migrants for cheap labor. I want the migrants to be able to assimilate into our culture instead of being a permanent underclass. Because when that happens, you get a lot of gang violence and people try to murder you. This happens. I've had people try to murder me before, and it's just never fun. There's always going to be, you're going to find a bunch of psychos in every batch of people. And so we don't really want to be competing with anybody for largest ghetto. Definitely want to have a inclusive society, but we can't really do this under the liberals' policy because they want to be fair to everyone. And the reality of the world is that if you're fair to everyone, you are fair to no one, because what you get is you get record-breaking migrants flooding in from other countries, and then people want to feel they want to be compassionate and help these people out. But what happens when they help them out is that the migrants in the rest of the world get word that they're paying you to move up there, and they love migrants there, and you just have to pay the human smuggler all your money to have them human traffic you into the country. And then at this point in time, it gets really bad, and then these migrants start dying in boats. Then they become a permanent underclass. They can no longer have the same lifestyle that you did, and then they will start rioting, and it'll eventually turn into a large-scale war because you have a permanent underclass. This is a bad thing about permanent underclasses. They're bad for everyone. The best thing that they can do is get their act together in their country so that they're not mass migrating over here. It's the reality of the world. You can't just like mass migrate out everywhere else in the world because of this. This is a very compelling reason as to why you can't just do that. Here's a U.S. or the UN projections for world population up to 2100. You can see that Africa is just skyrocketing. They're spitting out like 80 million new people per year. We can take like 1 million max, and then that causes our culture to change. And then we will then end up poor like these countries, and then we'll have the same problems that they had in their country, why they moved over here. This is why we have to enforce our immigration laws so that the problems don't come here, because that would be a lot smarter of a thing to do. It's better that we just help them out in their country to have a good life, possibly with some programs to relocate them and to build them houses that they can work with so that they're not flooding across the border into our country. I know that sounds mean, but the alternative is much meaner. You have to deal with terrorist and civil wars in your countries when people aren't getting their way because they're the permanent underclass, like the black looter mobs in our country that are burning, looting, and murdering, trying to force everything to give them everything that they want because they hate Donald Trump and they hate cops and they hate Trump supporters. If we don't give them what they want, they are going to burn our cities down. In this next article from Daily Mail, inside Saudi Arabia's detention centers for migrants, leaked images show migrants packed into crammed cells and searing Middle East heat at Saudi prisons where they are treated like animals and beaten by guards. This is disgusting. This is far right. This is disgusting. What they are doing in this article. This is why you can't just call people far right. You can't just slander everybody and then make the term meaningless, because there is actually far right. This is the actual far right. It says the leaked images showed the prisoners say that they were treated like animals, beaten and whipped with cords. Saudi Arabia has detained the migrants after first deporting thousands of them. And as you can see, the cages that the kids were in while their parents were getting interviewed by the police were obviously nothing like this. This is actual atrocity. This is what the far right does. The Republicans aren't like the far right because they were... this entire thing about them putting kids in cages is just propaganda in the first place. So the first thing about it is they can't have the kids in the same place as the parents in the jail. It's like a jail rule everywhere. It's not just there. It's like a universal rule. So that's why they split the kids up from the parents. The cages, they put the kids in the cages because they were interviewing their parents. So it wasn't a very long time. It was a short time, and it was like a very large area with a bunch of kids. And the kids were able to play in the thing, and kids do like small enclosed areas. My son likes to hide in cages. So I'm looking at this with the experience I've had with my child, looking at it like, you guys are crazy. Kids love stuff like that. They don't. The whole experience was traumatizing for them, but the cage, that was probably the least traumatizing thing that happened there. But the only reason why all that stuff was happening was because there was thousands of migrants flooding up at a single time. It was a surge in mass migration that we weren't prepared for. It wasn't something that had been happening before. This had been building up, and then it peaked whenever Donald Trump was building the wall, and it was at a good time. It was very timely. It was very unpopular, but in the end, building a wall is a lot more humane than this. I think people need to stay in their country. I know some of these countries suck, but it's like you're exporting your problems here, and we have a culture that took thousands of years to build, and it can be wiped out by having mass migrants come and change our language, change our culture, and it's not far right at all to oppose having that happen. In fact, it's cultural Marxist. If you are a socialist and you say, no, the white man's racist, they can't control their land, they do not share with the minorities in the whaman, so we have to get rid of them. We have to make sure they can't enforce their immigration laws by slandering them as far right. And then we have to change the language because English is racist, so we have to get rid of the white people by changing the language, and then you change the culture, and then you get rid of the white people. That's called anti-white racism. It's anti-white racism. They say it's far right, but it's like really the other one is like really fucked up. It's like the left does shit like this all the time. This is just one of many fucked up things that these Democrats do. So the alternative is very much so worse. We have to pay attention to other countries that are actually barbaric and compare to the real atrocities, and not the fake news. In this next article from the Daily Mail, 21 undocumented immigrants and 2 minors found inside of a train car in Texas. The border agents said the discovery took place on Friday when the Hebronville station was contacted by the railroad company about the group of migrants who were in the train. CBP and the U.S. Border Patrol agents near Bruny, Texas, rescued the undocumented immigrants and 2 juveniles in a cargo train. CBP was tipped off by the railroad company early Friday when the inspection of the grain hopper was planned, or before an inspection of the grain hopper was planned. The migrants are citizens of Mexico, Cuba, Honduras, Ecuador, Guatemala. All of the individuals were taken into custody. Most people don't know, but 56% of illegal immigrants actually come from Mexico. This is why we're trying to build a wall. It's not to keep the Latinos out. It's to keep the Mexicans out. The reason for that is that we have these immigration laws to prevent our neighbors from illegally immigrating into our territory and annexing our territory. Currently, as it stands, there's about 5.6 million illegal immigrants from Mexico in the United States. I live in Oregon, population 4 million. So it's almost 1.5 times the size of my state. That's a standing army full of people. If we ever go into war with Mexico, those people would be a threat to our safety because they might side with Mexico. I don't think so. I think they're siding with Americans. Many of them would, though. That would be a large army. But the left, they want to say that the Republicans are being racist for wanting to build a wall. But the reality of the situation is that illegal immigration is a very large problem, not just in the United States, but around the world. It's also a problem in India. It's also a problem in China. It's a problem that the Muslims love this problem, and that's because they have such a very, very high birth rate that they just export people. That's how they're trying to take over the world with Islam, is they can't get us to convert to their savage religion that worships a pedophile prophet who had a 6 to 9 year old child bride named Aisha, spelled A-I-S-H-A. You can go to Wikipedia, A-I-S-H-A. You can see at the bottom, it says some traditional hadith sources say that Aisha was betrothed to Muhammad at the age of 6 or 7. Other sources say she was 9 when she married the pedophile. This was common back then. So they say, oh no, it's just common. I don't know what world these people live in, but in the world where I live in, a pedophile is a pedophile. Muhammad definitely was a pedophile. He was like 45 years old with a child bride, and it was just normal. Here in this next batshit crazy story from Crazyland from the New York Post, it says Trump Ilhan Omar accuses MSNBC's Joy Reid on air of Islamophobia. In a rare instance of mutual outrage, President Trump and Rep. Ilhan Omar, the one who was married to her brother, claims during Tuesday night's episode of her show that about the way that Muslims act, Reid took over the 7 p.m. hour of the network's primetime lineup in July is facing backlash over ... And it's because they want to shame you into not being able to criticize their brutal, savage religion. They don't want you to say Muhammad was a pedophile that had a 6 to 9-year-old child bride, because they would be worshiping a pedophile. They can't have you say that. That's why they have to shut down your speech. So what they don't understand in their authoritarian leftist groupthink is that the entire point of freedom of religion is not to prevent me from exercising my freedom of speech about how brutal and savage your false prophet and pedophile-inspired religion is that the government shall not make laws abridging your right to practice your savage, barbaric religion founded by a pedophile. There's a difference in between me not being able to allowed to criticize your savage, barbaric religion invented by a pedophile, and freedom of religion and freedom of speech, because obviously this would conflict with the other freedoms that we have in the Constitution that the Sharia law people want to take away from us. And this is the fundamental problem, is that Islam is fundamentally incompatible with freedom and democracy. This woman, Ilhan Omar, is a pretty shitty politician. She's always been a pain in the ass, just a all-around pariah that ends up getting all these votes because people don't even look into it. They're like, oh, I don't want to be racist, so we'll vote for Ilhan Omar. And they just don't realize that this woman is fucking insane. Ilhan Omar is batshit fucking crazy, man. This woman should not be a politician. She absolutely should not be representing us in the Congress. I mean, she's had so many scandals with the marrying her brother, with the whatever the other scandals that she's in. It's like corrupt shit, dude. Like Ilhan Omar is what's she been in? But this is the thing. They're like, you can't criticize her because she's Muslim. Like, excuse me? How about you're not allowed to criticize me because I'm white? Muslims are 1/3 of the world. White people are 20% of the world. So we're the minority compared to the Muslims. But no, you cannot. Because this is their strategy to take over. They want to play nice to you, to your face. They want to say, you can't discriminate against me because that's Islamophobia. That makes you a far-right neo-Nazi. But then in reality, they talk hella shit about you. They don't want you in their life. They don't want your opinions to be heard. They want to shut your speech down because they don't like it because it goes against the false pedophile prophet Muhammad. Daily Wire's legit. Says new details involving far-left Representative Ilhan Omar, Democrat from MN, which is that Minnesota? Marital status emerges Friday. The British publication reported that Omar is paying her ex-husband to stay quiet about the alleged affair. Daily Mail reported Ilhan Omar's husband, Ahmad Harris, discovered the truth about her torrid affair with her chief fundraiser, Tim Minette, when they went to her Washington, D.C. apartment last spring, and the lovers were lounging around in pajamas. Multiple sources told the Daily Mail that Hersey left angry and humiliated after learning about the affair. Quote, he suspected she was cheating, kept telling her he was paranoid, and, quote, a source told the Daily Mail. Quote, he told her he wanted to move to downtown to D.C. to be with her, but she insisted he stay in Minneapolis with the children. Eventually, she surprised her down there, and her worst fears were confirmed. Sources told the Daily Mail that Omar allegedly agreed to a financial settlement with Hersey that would pay him tens of thousands of dollars per year, up to $250,000 total, but only if he did not speak publicly about the marriage breakdown. Daily Mail reported that sources in the Somalia community in Omar's district said that Omar had embarrassed them. They've lost faith in her. Sources say the embarrassment that Omar had caused the Somali community comes at from the alleged affair, her decision to hold the events at a distillery, and her embrace of LGBTQI 2CB plus BBB rights. Quote, it's almost as if she deliberately is trying to turn her Somali supporters against her, and quote, source said, told the Daily Mail. Quote, she is a figurehead for most of us, famous Somalis in America. She's embarrassed us. She's the face of the Somali community as she has. And, well, just the thing about it is the majority of America is white. I know this is like a shock to people, but like in a democratic country, when you're in Congress and you're representing people, you're supposed to like represent the majority of people. You're not supposed to be representing the side with Sharia law. This is the fundamental problem, is their system is incompatible with our system. And then you end up with all this corruption, and then their people don't even like them. They're like, I would rather just have the white dude because he doesn't have all these problems. Not saying that we should. We need diversity of thought. But the idea that I can't criticize Ilhan Omar because she's a Muslim is just quite frankly fruitcake. It is quite fruitcake. But the reason why they don't want you to criticize Muslims on YouTube or Twitter or Facebook is because they want to sell this stuff in Muslim countries. It's all a profit-making scheme to defraud you out of your your constitutional rights so that they can comply the Facebook, Twitter, all these other social media companies to sell them in other countries. This is the goal. This is what you find when you pop out the other side of the intellectual dark web, is you find a bunch of really, really, really insanely corrupt Democrats and Xi Jinping. They're all working together. Xi Jinping's funding them. And then George Soros pops in from time to time. And this is just the Democrats' America, where you don't have freedom of speech. You're not every single time people come talk to me, almost the first thing that they say is, what's up with the Muslims, man? It's like this shit is just going nuts, man. Like the Syria, the Sharia law. And they're like, I don't even, because that's the first thing they're like, okay, I don't know too much about the dark web, but this is the one thing that I would agree with the dark web. You're like, what's up with the Muslims? But you can't say that because they want to take the video and sell it in Saudi Arabia too. So you're not allowed to say that. You just have to put up with the insane amount of corruption that's coming out of Ilhan Omar. And it's because she doesn't represent our values. And if you want to represent our values, if you want to represent us, you need to represent our values. If you don't represent us, you shouldn't be in government. This is the fundamental problem with the Democrats' extremely whack, extremely corrupt pandering to minority groups, where they don't give a flying fuck whether or not we're working in the best interest of the majority of people, because that would be like helping the privileged white males that they're trying to take their white privilege. No, they have to work for this demographic of people. They have to appease the Muslims and the blacks and the Latinos, and in order to get the white feminists to get vote for them, because that's the majority of people. This is the fucked up game that they play. They say, no, we don't have to worry about helping the white males. They're privileged white males, so we won't help them. We're going to focus on robbing Peter to pay Paul. We want to take the money from the white feminists, because women control 2/3 of the wealth in the United States. They control 85% of consumer spending. They're holding almost 2/3 of college degrees, but they say they're underpaid. When men work on average 50 minutes more per day than them. So what they want to do is they want to take the money from the white man and they wanted to give it to the blacks and the Latinos to get the white feminists to vote for them because that's the majority of people. This is their fucked up. This is the most fucked up thing about these people and why you need to walk away from the Democratic Party because this is fundamentally whack as fuck. You're like, all right, so you're trying to take the money from privileged white males like me to give it to the blacks and Latinos to get the white feminists to vote for you. Can you say that again? So you're trying to take the money from the privileged white males like me and give it to the blacks and Latinos to get the white feminists to vote for you because white people are 72% of America. That would mean the white feminists are 36% of America. You know, that's like twice as big as the African-American population and the Latino population. So this is the fucked up game they play. Rob Peter to pay Paul to get the white feminists to vote for you. This is why you need to walk away from the Democratic Party before they destroy our entire country so that you can be free to criticize whoever you want without fear of retribution, of being canceled, of having your job taken away from you because they can't you're not allowed to do the criticism that people make normally when they talk to each other. You're not allowed to talk about this anymore because they've canceled me. And they will shut the channel down, prevent you from speaking with me and the audience from speaking with each other about this. You can't prove me wrong, show me how bad of an evil person I am because Democrat-run Facebook and Twitter are in control. So you need to walk away from the radical left and go over the party of free speech that is tolerant. And we're tolerant of your religion. We will criticize your religion because let's face it. Do you really think the purpose of Christianity is to say, oh, no, we're equal to the Muslims? No, it's an equal world. We all share equally. Christianity is equal to Islam. Judaism is equal to Islam. No, dude. Like, what planet do you live on, dude? No, the purpose of Christianity is our religion is correct. Yours is the incorrect one, right? Yes, that's exactly the entire purpose of the religion is to say, no, Islam is barbaric. All these other people are primitive. Their religions are primitive, and ours is the superior religion that will take you to heaven. That's the point of the religion. But they want to censor your speech because they say, no, you have to be nice to these people. But in reality, the world revolves around money. Money talks, bullshit walks. And so if you don't have any sort of financial reason to be nice to these people and kiss their ass, why the fuck are you trying to kiss their ass, dude? Why is your nose brown with Muslim shit? Sucking the shit out of the Saudi royal family's ass to get brownie points on social media. You're like, no, I don't give a fuck about the Saudi royal family because I don't have any financial interest in it. If I had financial interest, if I could get money from Muslims, I would be incredibly nice. I would delete all of my videos and I would say, Mohammed's awesome. I would because I can get money out of it. But the reality of the situation is the money people that I want to get money out of, they also, too, are saying Mohammed's a pedophile and that these people are, not all of them, but a good percentage of them act savage as fuck and they kill people and they want to kill Jews and they want to have Sharia law. They're like, no, you can't criticize that. You can't because they took your free speech so that they could sell your post in Europe where hate speech is banned and in the Muslim world where they would chop your head off for saying this shit. You're like, okay, I'm not supposed to criticize these people. I'm not playing that game. Hi, homie, don't play that, man. I personally am just going to, I'm going to tell them what I think. I'm going to say, Every single time I see them, I'm going to say, look, this religion was founded by a pedophile. I'm not going to tolerate savage religion. That's not bullying or cyber harassment or hate speech. That's criticism of a religion, which I have a right to do that, and I have a responsibility to do that. If it was Nazism, which in my belief is that Islam is on the scale of Nazism, it's not on the scale of communism, which has killed far more people, but it is on the scale of Nazism on how bad a religion can be. And there's nothing wrong with thinking that. In fact, it makes you a good person to think that, because only a bad person would think that we should actually tolerate terrorism. You should just not bully people. Don't ever bully people. Don't take what I'm saying as an excuse to go out and be mean to someone. You should be diplomatic. But the fact is that they are way worse in criticism, a hate speech and bigotry towards Christianity, towards Judaism. They might be nice to your face, but they are not nice to your face in private with their Muslim friends. You can find undercover videos going inside of mosques where they teach about wasabiism, and you'll see that a lot of these Muslims who are really nice to your face, who are saying, no, you can't engage in hate speech, are advocating for the genocide of the Jewish people, to which I cannot condone, I cannot support. I must condemn that, while at the same time saying that vast majority of Muslims are wonderful people. They don't believe that. And to them, they're like, no, don't shame me because I'm not like that. The problem is that it causes a large percentage of them to actually engage in terrorist behaviors. And that to me is unacceptable. Does not mean that the entire population of them is doing that. It just means that it causes people to do that. Here in this next article from the New York Post, Charlie Hebdo to reprint cartoons of the pedophile prophet Mohammed ahead of terror trials. French satirical paper Charlie Hebdo will reprint controversial cartoons depicting the pedophile prophet Mohammed, cited by Islamic extremists in the 2015 terror attack on the newsroom. The decision comes ahead of Wednesday's trial in Paris for alleged accomplices in the massacre that left 12 editorial employees dead at the weekend publication in the office. Because they got thin skin, they can't take it when you publish a image of the pedophile prophet Muhammad, so they have to come and gun down your workplace like they did here. This is a big problem to me. This is like you're talking shit to a gangbanger and then they come do a drive-by at your house and kill your family. That's some fucked up shit. That's some criminal shit. We cannot stand for any of this shit. And we need to support the people here at Charlie Hebdo for the bravery. They've lost friends and colleagues from terrorism because they've criticized the pedophile prophet Muhammad. Because you're not allowed to even show an image of this dude or else they're going to come gun down your workplace. And then they say you're not allowed to do anything about it. You're not allowed to say anything about it. You have to just tolerate it. In this next article from Times of Israel, at a protest against far-right lawmaker, Swedish Muslims chant about killing Jews, because this is the what it's like in hypocrite land in Looney Town. What they say, they speak out of both sides of their mouth. They say you cannot speak against us. That's hate speech. But we're going to advocate for genocide against you while we're criticizing you for speaking out against us. This is my problem with this barbaric, savage religion founded by the pedophile prophet Muhammad. The article says Malmo demonstrators turned violent with several cars set ablaze, at least 10 people arrested. Some protesters attending at least one of the rallies staged against plan by Ramas Paludan, a leader of Denmark's far-right anti-immigration hardline party, to burn copies of Quran in Malmo, chanted, Khyber, O Jews, Muhammad army will return. Chants reference a massacre of Jews in the Khyber in the northeastern Arabia in 628 CE. In the rioting, several cars were set ablaze, and at least 10 people were arrested. Authorities in Sweden prevented Paludan from eventually traveling to Malmo. Quote, we take this incident extremely seriously and call on the police and other responsible authorities to prosecute those individuals who, through this act, have committed incitement to hatred against ethnic groups. The Council of Swedish Jews Committee wrote in a statement, quote, we view this with disgust, the burning of the Quran and other holy scriptures. Malmo, end quote, the Malmo Muslim Network, an organization prompting interest in the Muslims in the city, sent a letter this week to Anne Katina, a leader of the Jewish community in Malmo, thanking the city for Jews opposing Paludan's plan. They wrote that they condemned the anti-Semitic words and hatred that came chanting from the crowd. And this is my problem. We've already covered this race riot on Real Simple News as it was breaking. They burned some Korans over there in Sweden? And then they did a race riot over there. They had the Muslims all rioting, all the mass migrants. And they say you can't stop these mass migrants. And then once you get enough of them in an area, then they're just going to start rioting. And they're going to start killing people if you publish a picture of their false pedophile prophet. You're like, no, you can't criticize them because you have to be fair to them. Right. And so they're totally fair to us, right? No, they're not fair to us in any way, shape, or form. They will say, we want to be nice to this person to their face because they're trying to convert you to Islam. But then they go back into their mosque and they talk about committing genocide against the Jews and about overthrowing our democracy to put Sharia law in. And this is why we have to stand up against illegal immigration, because these people that they're bringing in they're straight up going to cause a massive war once you get enough of them. This is the problem with illegal immigration. You end up with a massive army of people who are going to start wars because you've published a picture of a pedophile. You can't do that because that's sacred to them. You wonder why people don't like your religion, because it's authoritarian, and it's, if you criticize them, they're going to come after you. And this is why they're allied with the Democrats. This is why the Democrats appease them, because they're trying to take the money from the white people, the privileged white males, and give it to the African Americans and the Latinos and the immigrants in order to get the white feminists to vote for them, because the white feminists are 36% of America. It's the largest voting bloc. And so the way that they're going to get them to vote for them is by taking the money from the white man, then like putting the minorities above the white man in the social hierarchy to get the white feminists to vote for him. This is fucked up. Everything about this is fucked up. This is what pops out at the end of the intellectual dark web, is a whole bunch of insanely corrupt shit from California Democrats and New York Democrats. Don't forget, but mainly the California ones are the most batshit crazy. But you do have AOC and this Ilhan Omar woman. The left coast isn't the only lunatic out there. We do have competition for most lunatic Democrats coming from the New Yorkers. So I think it's about time that we start electing candidates who work for the majority of America instead of electing candidates who are working for the benefit of immigrant communities and for taking the money from the white man to give it to the black people and the Latinos to get the white feminists to vote for them, because that's just quite frankly kind of fucked up. What do we got? There's just so much of these. This next article from the New York Post: woman walks onto airplane wing after complaining she was too hot. This overheated woman couldn't wait to get off the flight in Russia, so she decided to cool off by winging it. When the Ukraine International Airlines flight from Turkey landed in Kiev this week, the mom of two opened the emergency exit and hopped onto the wing to take a refreshing stroll. Here we can see the video of the woman popping the window. There she is. She's just kicking it. She just doesn't give a fuck. This is what happens when you don't give a fuck. You just pop that door right on open. Just don't do that. Don't be getting any ideas. Because it takes a long time to deal with something like that. You might get a little rouse out of it. You're gonna have to. Everybody's gonna have to deal with it for hours. So they're going to be very mad at you. So just don't do that. In this next article from Daily Mail: University of California can't use SAT and ACT scores to determine admission, judge rules. California's 9 public universities cannot use SAT or ACT tests to determine which students are admitted, whether they qualify for scholarships, a state judge ruled on Monday. Alameda County Superior Court Judge Brad Seelman handed down the injunction. Judge says California public colleges can't be base administrations on ACT and SAT scores. Advocates claim that COVID-19 pandemic limited accessibility to exams. California Regent Board in May voted to phase out the use of SAT and ACT scores. Critics have long claimed the standard test discriminate against minorities. So they had a deceptive headline. So they did not put anything about the COVID in the headline here. And then you look and it says, oh, it's not applying to the rest of the country. It's just saying in California, because they said students with disabilities can't access the exam due to the pandemic. So we're going to label this one fake news. Fake news. Because they had a deceptive headline. Caused you to misinterpret the data. This next article from Daily Mail: men charged with hate crime over attack on transgender woman. Carlton Calloway, 29, and Devin Williams, 22, both faced lengthy prison sentences after they were hit with charges Tuesday after 2 weeks after the attacks in L.A. Edna Estrada and Jocelyn Allen and Jaslyn Buzanet were robbed and attacked in the Hollywood Walk of Fame on August 17th. The violent incident took place in front of witnesses who chose to record the event rather than intervene. The LAPD slammed the callous bystanders. The 3 transgender victims claimed several onlookers called them derogatory names. Let's just watch the video. Here is the scumbags. Here is the attack on the transgender people, which is deplorable.
The phone or what weapon?
What the?
I will call every neighborhood Christian. Get up! Stop! I'm not homeless. I am just a face. What kind of face? Ain't no face. I throw a lighter at you. Stop lying.
Hey, you remember that? Hey, you remember that white chicks? You remember that white chicks when they stole the place? No! Oh! Go get him! Let's go get him! Let's go get him! Wait, he gonna steal my shoes! I'm not gonna steal it. I'm not gonna steal it. Hey. What the why you like that? Oh! Go!
Where was the scumbags?
Somebody was on the floor here. No. No. Might help you out. $80.
See, these people, like, they'll sit around here and they'll bash the quote unquote far right, the people who like don't want to have illegal immigrants overrun their country, and then they'll go out and do this shit. Like, who's the worst guy? The one who's trying to defend your country from massive surge of illegal immigrants from the rest of the world that is getting massively overpopulated. Or these people, the black looter mob that is burning in your cities down so they can get everything they want. This next article from the New York Post, ex-college football player accused of posing as high school freshman. A 20-year-old former college basketball player was busted for allegedly enrolling in a Georgia high school as a freshman. Authorities said Abby Holmes began classes after purporting to be a homeless 14-year-old in Milledgeville to a Milledgeville woman who took on him into her home. News station WMAZ reported he started virtual learning at Baldwin County High School. Abby Holmes began classes. He used a laptop to complete classwork, police said. But just 2 days into his classes, he started acting disrespectfully to the woman, and she kicked him out, the outlet reported. Holmes tried to take the laptop with him, which he prompted the woman to call authorities August 25th, so the device could be returned to the school district, police said. Department of Family and Human Services got involved since Holmes claimed to be a homeless teen. But once authorities fingerprinted him, it was identified he was the 21-year-old who was once a star football player at Atlanta High School. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported he has recorded after graduation to play football at Georgia Military College in Milledgeville, the newspaper reported. But his college football career was derailed when he was arrested in 2017 in connection with a string of car break-ins on campus, the Union reported. reported this next article from the Daily Mail. 8 men are charged with sexually assaulting a 16-year-old. Police in Providence, Rhode Island, have arrested 7 of 8 suspects in connection with the sexual assault of a 16-year-old girl that took place at a house party in December. Here you can see the pictures of the alleged rapists. Sorry, I was unable to find any other stories of crime this messed up. It was just the ones that stuck out. Police in Providence, Rhode Island arrested the 7 suspects in last December. Richard Chester, 20, accused of raping the teen. Charged with first-degree sexual assault on a person who was mentally incapacitated in conspiracy. Carlos Vasquez, 19, remains at large, being sought by police. Victim told police she recalled having Hennessy poured down her throat, walking up naked in the shower surrounded by laughing men, feeling vaginal pain. In June, the girl's mother found evidence on Facebook depicting her daughter's rape. This next article from Batshit Crazy Land from the Daily Mail. It says woman is seen performing oral sex on a man in New York on the streets. Photo emerged showing a woman crouching down while apparently performing oral sex on a shirtless man near West 79th Street and Broadway around 9 p.m. on Sunday. The disturbing incident it comes into the Upper West Side, continues to grapple with the rise of homelessness and crime in the pandemic. A witness who took the photo told Daily Mail that she said the vile act has become the norm in the area. Residents have complained about spike in crime and violence after officials began housing 13,000 homeless people in luxury hotels in the area. Many wealthy residents fled the city as the coronavirus pandemic took hold and have not returned. Others are leaving in a second wave of departures, so they're bailing out of the cities. Don't I have another one here? Yeah, we can lump this one in here. Here's another one for Daily Mail. It says Americans are fleeing New York and New Jersey in search of remote pastures in Vermont and Idaho. Vermont topped the list of states that saw biggest influx of new moves between March and August, according to the data compiled by the moving company United Van Lines. Here we can see the top inbound states. It looks like Vermont's on top, followed by Idaho, then South Carolina, Arizona, Idaho, Oregon, sadly. We don't want people moving here to jack up our rent. South Carolina, then Arizona, Tennessee, North Carolina, Alabama, South Dakota, and Arkansas. Top 10 outbound states are New Jersey, New York, Illinois, Connecticut, Kansas, North Dakota, California, Ohio, Maryland, and Massachusetts. Common thread being they are Democrat controlled. These ones are more red states. Oregon has, Eastern Oregon's red. The Eugene and Portland is liberal. That's it. Idaho, red. I don't know about Vermont. South Carolina, red. Arizona is red. Tennessee, Arizona's kind of purple right now. North Carolina, red. Alabama, red. South Dakota, red. Arkansas, red. I think. If I'm wrong, fact check me. Pound 96. What else do we have? Just a couple of more. In this next story from Batshit Crazyland, tourist grabs a tiger's testicles as she poses for a photo in Thailand in a zoo. The tourist who was visiting the Tiger Kingdom Zoo in Chiang Mai in northern Thailand posted for selfies with the animal before fiercely reaching between its legs and cupping the animal's testicles. Woo! Okay. Hey, anything for shock. She made it on Real Simple News, so you do. It's a disgusting thing to do, but hey, you'll get somebody to click on the video, right? In this next article from New York Post, 2 women fight on a jet bridge at LaGuardia Airport. Wild video shows. These 2 women duked it out at LaGuardia Airport before even boarding their Delta flight to Atlanta. The wild video shows the 2 passengers were captured brawling on the floor of the jet bridge on Sunday as stunned passengers and employees looked on. Off camera, someone can be heard saying, "Come on, get Aliyah, she's fighting," before ... Let's go right into the video. Here are the women fighting.
Aliyah, she's fighting. Don't say me.
Sorry.
I'm about to go get you. Aliyah! Tower coming, tower, I need quarter target. Come get Aliyah, she's fighting. Don't say me. Excuse me. I'm about to go get you.
Guy's feeding a bear with his mouth. Don't try that at home, kids. Bears are dangerous. Do we have anything else? Oof. Almost there. Almost 100 articles in this show. Don't ask me why. In this next article from Batshit Crazyland, Kentucky judge removed from the bench after being found guilty of 10 misconduct charges. The Kentucky Judicial Conduct Commission, KJCC, on Monday voted unanimously to remove Kenton County Family Court Judge Dawn Gentry after she was found guilty of 10 misconduct charges. They were brought against her in January. Gentry was accused of having a threesome with 2 underlings in her chamber and letting staff drink alcohol in court offices. She was also accused of giving preferential treatment to attorneys if they appeased her sexual demands and threatening to rule against them if they didn't. Gentry's attorney, Jeff Lawson, called the decision to remove her from the bench anti-democratic and vowed to appeal. So, question I have for the audience is, would you tap that? Comment down below or at realsimplenews.net/issue98. Also, 2, if you know any corrupt judges that want to have a threesome with me and give me preferential treatment, you should DM me on Twitter. The embattled Kentucky judge accused of having sex in her courthouse and letting staff drink alcohol in the office has been removed. Kentucky... Oh, sorry. You know, I've read most of this. They do a good enough job with the bullet points. You can just read that and then move on. But The offer still stands. If there's any corrupt judges that want to have a threesome and give me preferential treatment, you should DM me on Twitter. This next article from the Daily Mail. Chinese builder survives as she falls onto 31-inch steel rod that skewered through her torso. The woman, known by her surname Jiang, had the metal bar protruding through her right shoulder after falling onto it from a 10-foot-high platform at a construction site in Guangdong in South China. Here you can see an X-ray of the spike going through the woman. Woo. That looks like it would really hurt. That's why I'm afraid of heights. I was never afraid of heights until I saw the movie The Descent. They went into this part in the cave where there's like these cannibal people, and then the cave collapsed on them, and out of the blue I became claustrophobic and afraid of heights at the same time. I had vertigo ever since then. It's weird. I mean, it's absolutely bizarre how such a seemingly disconnected thing like claustrophobia could be linked to the fear of heights too, and you can just get it from watching a movie. But yes, it's actually true. I definitely experienced it. It was terrifying for me to go on a roller coaster. Last time I went to SeaWorld, they have very big roller coasters, and I picked the biggest one, and I went on it, and it helped me with my fear of heights. My ex-girlfriend, or my son's mother, who was very promiscuous, I always wanted to know, I'm like, how do you sleep with so many people? I want to sleep with more people. She says, I just don't think about it, dude. I just do it. Like, huh? She just don't think about it. You just do it, huh? This is actually good advice. Yeah, it is. In this next article from Newsweek, Elon Musk overtakes Mark Zuckerberg to become the third richest person in the world. Musk's net worth has increased $87 billion in the past year. According to Bloomberg Billionaires Index, as Tesla stocks surge, he's only getting richer. Well, I commend your success. I think that what he's done is wonderful. I think he's a little bit like a fruity lib. But he is a genius. This man obviously is one of the smartest people alive. That stuff he's doing with SpaceX is just out of this world. I think that this electric car thing's a little bit of a scam, but they're nice cars, and I think that's the thing that makes it worth it. They're not like a huge waste of resources. I just think that our batteries aren't very good. We might possibly be running cars on sodium batteries here pretty soon. It might be dirty cheap, and they might be 86% as efficient as these lithium-ion batteries, which is pretty good news. If you haven't read about the sodium battery, you should go look it up. I've already covered it on Real Simple News. It says Musk's total net worth is $115 billion compared to Zuck's $111 billion. According to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, which provides a daily ranking of the Earth's richest people, updated the close of every New York trading day. Yesterday, Forbes reported that Musk had officially become the fifth centibillionaire in the world, meaning he's amassed a wealth of at least $100 billion. According to the index, the 49-year-old's net worth has increased $87 billion this year. It's because he was smart with his business. He saw this coming. He invested. He was very smart. He did a lot of things that, well, he messed up with the automation at the factory, put too many robots in, messed a lot of stuff up. But it seems as though the investments have been paying off. So I commend him. I want to go on his spaceship. That would be just great. If you're watching this, Elon Musk, please take me onto a spaceship. Just got to be patient, go through them. We have 4 or 5 more. This next article from Newsweek. Read this chart to find out how fast someone can hack into your accounts. If your password is only 4 or 5 characters, regardless of if they're just numbers or a combination of letters or symbols, there's a very high chance you'll be hacked. So here we can see the chart on Reddit. Shows time to crack your passwords, or time required for a hacker to crack your passwords. So we can see the purple is instant. This is any combination of like 10 or less numbers or 7 or less lowercase letters. These, you want to avoid anything like this, anything in the red or the yellow. You want to be in the green. And you want a 14-character password at least. So I'm going to take 9 million years to crack. And so what I use for my passwords is number 1 password generator on Windows. You can find it in the Windows Store. I just set the password length to 14. Generate a password. And this is going to be good enough. Then you want to write them down and anonymize them so that nobody else knows what they are. But you really need to be wary of these yellow ones. They are not good. You don't want to have the yellow one. You do want to have the green one. It's worth it. Some passwords you want an easy password just because you're on it all the time. It's low risk security risk. Probably still should use a 14-digit password. This next article from Daily Mail, a hungry bear breaks into California gas station and supermarket and eats candy and crackers. Surveillance footage shows several incidents over the past 3 weeks where bears have headed inside of Kings Beach gas station and a Safeway store. Here we can see videos of the bears munching down in the Safeway. That bear could mess you up. We can see him coming into the gas station. Here appears to point outside an apartment. Apparent gesture to get the bear to leave. Somehow the customer does not take too kindly to it, lunging towards him and causing the worker to back away. Here we can see pictures of the bear munching down on gas station munchies. Another picture of the bear in Safeway. Here's another video. Here's the video.
A series of surveillance videos show the crazy confrontations between bears and people inside this Kings Beach gas station convenience store over the past 3 weeks. This one, dated August 30th, shows a bear lying on the floor eating candy and crackers. This video shows a bear inside the store August 12th, followed by a customer swatting the bear's backside. And this video from August 29th shows an employee trying to prevent a bear from entering the store until the bear makes a quick move forward, lunging at the employee, who quickly backs away. That employee is Paul High.
It was kind of scary, yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
High says this is not what he signed up for.
Not in the job description, no, not at all. Fighting off bears was not in the job description.
But it is now.
It is now, apparently, yeah.
Hey, man, you're a pussy if you don't fight off bears at the gas station or Safeway.
And it's not only at the gas station store. This video shows a bear inside a Safeway supermarket. It's one of the same bears that has become a frequent customer inside Kings Beach businesses. Ann Bryant with the Bear League has reached out to both the gas station and the grocery store.
All right. It's good enough. This next article from the New York Post. Woman stabs boyfriend for looking at nude photos of her daughter. Cops. A Connecticut woman is facing charges for stabbing her boyfriend after allegedly looking at nude photos of her young daughter, according to a report. Trish Brown, 31, was arraigned Monday on first-degree assault in Bridgeport, where police were sent to Park Street residents about 4 p.m. on Saturday after getting ... After getting calls about the man screaming for help while covered in blood, Connecticut Post reports. Responding cops found the man sitting in a sidewalk with multiple stab wounds. He was taken to the Bridgeport Hospital, police said. Officers who went into the man's home were met by Brown, who was covered in blood. She claims she woke and found her boyfriend looking at naked photos of her daughter on his cell phone, setting off a confrontation between the pair, police said. Brown said her boyfriend started hitting her in the face, and she asked him about the photos. According to the police, Brown said she then started stabbing her boyfriend with 2 kitchen knives, telling police she had to do so because he's a big man, according to the report. I don't know. It doesn't sound like to me. It sounds like she went cray. Obviously, judging by the age of this woman, her daughter had to be very young. So I can understand why she would be that upset. Senior Assistant State's Attorney Kevin Dunn initially sought a high bond for Brown during her arraignment on Monday. The newspaper reports, quote, she stabbed him 8 to 10 times. He's in critical condition, and, quote, Dunn said on Monday. Brown said the claim that she acted in self-defense was being investigated and the new information that was obtained in the case. Doesn't sound like to me. Messages seeking additional commitment from Dunn and Bridgeport police were not immediately returned. Early Tuesday, a judge set a bond for $75,000. She's due back in court on October 1st. The Connecticut Post reports. So don't be creeping on pictures of your girlfriend's daughter. So you're a pervert, and she might stab you with kitchen knives. I mean, it sucks that we have to tell you this, but apparently you have to remind people. Don't be a pedo. This next article from the Daily Mail, Robin Williams' widow, Susan Schneider, on the invisible monster that Lewy body dementia that killed him. On Tuesday, late Robin Williams' widow, Susan Schneider, accused the invisible monster that killed him and took his life by suicide at age 63. I did not know this. Robin Williams had dementia, and that's why he killed himself. He was such a lovely man. He made such good movies. The world is a worse place without him. His movies were good until the end. Not many actors, you can say that. She described the disease as an invisible monster. Snyder added she was revealed to learn that her name learned its name after playing whack-a-mole with its symptoms, not knowing the cause. Experts say they were surprised Williams could still walk and talk before his death. The legendary comedian died by suicide in 2014. It's a tragedy. Now we know the reason behind it was that he had failing mental health. That's sad. Hopefully we can come up with new treatments for dementia. I know there are some coming around the corner. I'm not sure about the progress. I do know that they've traced a lot of it to bacteria in your gut. I don't know how much of that is bacteria in your gut. There's also other causes like not getting enough sleep for many years at a time. Whatever can stress your immune system in your brain out. It can cause your cells to not be able to clean themselves out. And then they get buildups of this of stuff in them. It can be like heavy metals, like aluminum, and then that's like a byproduct of it, as opposed to the cause. Well, that's Alzheimer's. Okay, dementia. I don't know. It's complicated. I'm not an expert in this domain. If you want to read more about that, you can check it out at issue 98 or realsimplenews.net/issue 98. And with that, I'm out. That was about 100 news articles in the past 48 hours. You can find these videos chopped up on YouTube. And until next time, thank you for watching Real Simple News. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share this video in order to help us grow, to overcome the shadow ban and the psychology of the cancel culture that we have to get around. Until then, thank you very much for watching. And until next time, as I say every time, farewell, sayonara, aloha, peace be with you, and Godspeed in your journeys.